guys, how's everybody doing today? $6:39 start. No, 6:39 was the post time. I posted it like a few minutes in advance, but it was scheduled to start at 6:45. I should have had like a countdown on the screen. Let's get the bot up and going. What up, Shmoo? Stug, how you guys doing today? What up, Cytex? How you doing? Yeah, that was kind of funny. You're like, when's the next stream? I'm just like sitting here sitting here waiting for stream to start. I'm like, now. What's my ban here? If I bring Bulwark, can the Masha one-shot? Or if I bring Beelzebub, could I ban the Sekhmet? If I bring Julianne, Julianne's always better than Beelzebub, right? Alright, let's bring Julianne. I think my concentration was kind of split. I feel like maybe this was not a great draft, but he did give me the Nana. Interesting. Dom only smacks this guy if, so my Dominic build is a little different. I actually don't love my Dominic build at all. Really do not love my Dominic build. But Dom only smacks this guy. Oh, really? Alright. Yeah, I lose. I think this was a bad draft, though. I really think I think I just drafted this very poorly. Does Dom survive here? If Dom survives, I have a chance. Oh, come on! Really? Bro, really? That was so unnecessary. That was so unnecessary. Freaking proc right there. And single target stun. Nice. And why is he emoting me? That I don't understand. Like, what is he emoting about? Is he like, oh, I tried to luck sack you and I wasn't able to luck sack you, so now I'll drop some emotes? Or I don't know that I actually understand the logic behind these emotes right here. Ace Boupre becoming a channel member. Ace, thank you very much for becoming a fantastic supporter, bro. I really appreciate it, man. Watch this Masha solos me 1v5. What was that 1v5 with the stack? 1v4. That was 1v4 with the Masha dismounted and tried to solo me 1v4. Ace Boopray, thank you very much for becoming a channel member, bro. Do me a favor, if you're not in our Discord server, I'm gonna drop the link into chat. But do an @moderators in the main channel. Just let them know who you are. They'll give you access to some additional supporter chats. Get access to some additional channels in Discord. All right, so side texts. Yeah, actually, we're about to open them up right now. I have the bot open, so let's see. 30-min member account help. And we'll just make this 1 point. We'll open that up. Yeah, let me take a look back at this, because I don't think I had a good draft here. I really don't. So, he opens with the Moor, and I think probably the Haygang was a little rushed on my part. I think the Haygang's a bad pick. So the Oliver's fine. The Oliver's the standard counter here. I think probably a Vertihile might have been better than the Haygang right here. But I know this guy. I know this guy. Well, I want to say I know this guy, but to be honest, when we're on stream and I wasn't paying attention, I didn't know who I was matched up with, so I'm not going to lie. In retrospect, knowing this guy, knowing what he plays, the Haygang's actually not a bad pick there, but that's just blind luck. I think the Vertihile's a better pick here. Now, with that said, he pivots into the Masha Molong. I think the Dominic Nana picks here are both actually really good. Where the match stands right now, these picks are good. The problem is the Haygang's not doing much for me in this match at all. It's actually kind of funny that he wound up banning the Haygang, so he read my ban better. Then he goes with the Sekhmet, and he goes with the Wusa. Now, at this point, the only monster I have that's on long cooldowns is the Oliver. The Oliver is triple countered right here. So I've got to just assume that the Oliver is not going to do anything for me, at which point I'm not really trying to protect the Oliver. So I had pulled the Nana in part because I wanted a defense break to set up for the Dominic and for the whatever my last pick was, but to be realistic, Dominic doesn't need a defense break, particularly against monsters like Ryu, and we're not going to defense break the Masha anyway. So at this point, I think when I thought through it and I was like, Julian, Beelzebub, another option for me here could have been Riley, but if I bring the Riley, then it's an easy ban for him on the Dominic and I have no damage, and then it's also a force ban for me on the Wusa. So if I bring Riley, what happens is the Sekhmet resets the Dominic, and then I have literally no damage. So any kind of support unit right here does not work. So my options are pretty much limited to my offensive style monsters. That's going to be Julian, that's going to be Beelzebub, maybe to a lesser extent the Diana, but the Diana's a little bit vulnerable to that Molong, which I know I'm letting through. Same deal with the Fang. So I think at the end of the day, the Julian and the Beelzebub, obviously they're LD5s, but those are my best picks out of what I have in my box, because neither of them is vulnerable to the Molong snipe. Beelzebub can be sniped, but he'll come back. So from there, I think the Julian's the correct pick. Now, is Sekhmet the ban? Probably not. Probably not. I don't know that Wusa is necessarily the ban either, to be honest, because I am kind of expecting the Dominic or the Nana to get banned here. And if the Nana, honestly, what I'm really expecting is the Nana to get banned. I thought the Nana would be the ban, and if Nana gets banned, then the Wusa doesn't actually make any difference to me. Yeah, she shuts down Dominic, but so do Masha and Sekhmet, so I'm not even trying to protect the Dominic. And also, if the Nana is the ban, then I expect the Haygang is getting through, and the Haygang is, of course, going to counter the Wusa. So for me, the Wusa is really probably in last place on my ban list. Actually, the Moor is in last place on my ban list because I have no buffs, right? But for me, I think ban priority is probably Masha or Sekhmet would be 1 and 1A. Followed by the Molong, followed by the Wusa, followed by the Moor, when the draft is at this point. Now again, the Haygang wasn't really a great pick, and if I don't have Haygang here, then I think, like if I do have the Vertihile here, which would have been a better pick, I think at that point, then the Wusa becomes something that I need to consider much more. But because I have the Haygang and that interplay between the draft right here, Haygang counters Wusa, so as a result, he had to ban the Haygang, which allowed me to have the Nana, or if he bans the Nana, then I have the Haygang. Same thing if he bans the Dominic, then I have the Julienne. So he doesn't really have a clear ban here. But to me, yeah, I think the correct ban for me was either Sekhmet or Masha, so I think I made the correct ban. So actually, looking back through the draft, I would say the Haygang was the weak spot in my draft. I think I rushed the Haygang out, and I could have gone with something other than Haygang in that spot. Other than that, I think the rest of my draft is solid. And I think my ban choice was correct. You could make a case for banning the Masha. You can make a strong case. Honestly, you can make a really strong case. I think the Masha is probably the correct ban for me. I was more worried about the Sekhmet S2 than I was the Sekhmet Reset, because I have mostly monsters with low cooldowns here. The Sekhmet S2, though, the glancing hits are so disruptive to me, because he has no glancing anywhere else on the team. These two are really, it's really 1A and 1 and 1A, right? So, I don't know. I think Sekhmet or Masha, I don't know which is the right play. I don't know if there is a right play or if one is above the other. They're both really dangerous. Now, Cytex, you said that you consider Dominic a counter to Masha. My Dominic does not consistently dismount Masha's, and if Masha goes into Dominic and gets the attack bar pushback, a lot of times it's GG. I also have a slightly different Dominic build. I would like more attack on my Dominic, but here's the weird thing. As tanky as my Dominic is, I'm actually on a slot 6 attack. I can't get more attack on him without probably just pulling runes off another unit. In particular, the rune that I would really need to move over to get my Dominic onto more attack is this one. But this rune, first of all, it's kind of a crap rune. It's fast with no stats. It's actually not a very good rune. And then besides that, it is on my Sekhmet. So if I didn't move that rune over, my next fastest slot 4 attack, 19 speed, or on the will side, it's 20 speed, compared to this rune, which is 28 speed. And so that's why my Dominic has so much HP. I've actually got, this is a 32% attack sub right here. This one's actually kind of low. This one I could maybe upgrade the attack a little bit off this rune, but this rune's crazy efficient. Same deal here. I could upgrade the attack, but this rune is so efficient that I wind up losing. And then there's also the 26 speed. So just the way his build worked out, this is not really my preferred build. Now, I could switch his artifacts to attack. That would probably be the next step for me. And as a matter of fact, you know what? That I think we're going to do. Because if I remember correctly, I have a minus 23 from water attack. Let's go damage from water. Minus 20. Minus 20 and then 5% from fire. Minus 19 from water, minus 5 from fire. This is 15 from water and nothing from fire. Yeah, this might be an upgrade for me over here. This one might be an upgrade. And the extra additional damage is not bad. I don't even think I need to get rid of that. So this might actually be a slight upgrade for me. I do like the bigger, I really like the bigger minus on the water, because Molong is going to go into Dominic constantly. Minus 20. This one, actually, this artifact with a good conversion could be better, and 1% is 1%, right? Let's see what we can get for the conversions. So Stug, that would suck if you lost your Dominic, bro. I don't think the Dominic nerf is really going to be impactful for him at all. I really don't. Okay, so we have got one better damage down from water. This is 5% on fire. They're both 5% down from fire. So this is 4% wind, 5% fire. This is 3% additionals by attack. So the additional by attack, definitely better for Dominic with all those multi-hits. But I think every little bit of HP I can save against the Molong is beneficial. So let's do that. Let's see what we got here also. This is just pure additionals. I don't think I'm going to get anything much better than that, but let's take a look. Okay, skill 3 crit damage we don't need. Skill 3 crit damage we don't need. Crit rate and co-op we don't need. Skill 2 accuracy I actually do need, but that's not the right artifact for him. Skill 1 crit damage. This is pure additionals with attack up effect. I run it with Riley a lot, but this is just better additionals with crit damage, right? Skill 2 crit damage. Yeah, this artifact is just better. And so we'll keep that there. We get him an extra 100 attack. And we get him, yeah, we get him slightly better. We get him slightly better with the artifact change. We'll do that. I mean, honestly, Dominic still has to proc against the Masha in order to really be that good. You're really banking on a Dominic proc. That's the one nice thing about the tanky Dominic. I can't tell you how many times mine is hung on by 1 HP and then come back. Even dropping that HP artifact right there could be problematic for me. But I think it's more the minus 20 down from water that's going to be huge for me. Every match, Lima Gianna. Every single freaking match, man. I get so tired of being outclassed on the LDs. Just pulling up SW Arena. For what it's worth, like, I know that sounds like an exaggeration, but let's see. Of the monsters that I've faced in RTA, I face... Well, okay. It's not... I guess I am exaggerating. I face Lima Gianna in 23% of my matches. I can't survive if I ban the Gianna, right? He's got to ban the Hay Gang. He didn't ban the Hay Gang. Wow. Did I get lucky here? I might have gotten a little lucky here. The Antares probably still solos me. But at least I have a chance now. Damn, Dominic gone in 2 seconds. Leo gone in 2 seconds. Wow. My Masha's not 40k HP. My Masha is 27, 28. She's just really high attack. What up, Trendy? How you doing, bro? All right, just a reminder, guys, we do have the drawing for the first community help open. I don't know. Yeah, I had no choice though. I had to hold the Hay Gang there. I had to hold the Hay Gang or the Lima just goes. There wasn't much I could do there. It's the same guy. We're going to be facing Lima Gianna again. We're going to lose again. Shizuka. Let's try something different. Banabanya. I lose this one, but I got outdrafted here too. I got outdrafted. I'm so traumatized by the Lima Gianna. I feel like I have to defend against them against every open. Can't wait for that nerf to see what happens. I don't honestly think the nerf is going to be super impactful. I really don't think the nerf is going to be a big deal, but we'll see. It'd be nice if it was. I so much would have preferred to have gone into the Oliver here. That was just lucky. That was a lucky proc. I might have luck sacked here. Dude, this Oki will not die. Seriously, this Oki will not die, and then the Shizuka just gets to bring him right back anyway, right? I think we lose either way, though. Oki was not really the target for me. I just didn't have much choice. It was like the only thing I could go into, but Oki really was not the target there. S2 into who? Triana or Dominic? Dominic. Okay. Oh, this Triana's coming in clutch. Wow, that Triana was clutch. I feel like I luck sacked that one though. I think I got outdrafted and I luck sacked. I'm not gonna lie. Like you got, if you're gonna complain when the other person luck sacks you, then you have to admit when you luck sack them. I kind of feel like I luck sacked him because the two Triana procs and then the second proc into a sleep were just insanely huge. I feel like he had the much better draft there. I really do. The Oki turn cycling, the Oliver turn cycling, both against Leo, were huge. I also got the Vertihile counter into Shizuka and got one of the crits to get in front of Oliver, so yeah, definitely luck sacked. All right, we are gonna do one freebie little community help. This will be a quick one. Cytex asked me how you would build Savannah. So we're gonna show how I would build Savannah in his team. Cytex, I need you to give me a little bit of information. Tell me what your core comp is, tell me what speeds you're running at, and then I'll give you an idea of where I would put the Savannah runes. By the way, congrats, bro, on 105 plus efficiency is pretty insane, man. Huge congrats on that. That's a big accomplishment. Like, not to move past that. So Cytex said all of his monsters have moved up to 100, between 105 and 100%, 108% efficiency. That's absolutely huge, bro. Masha, Sierra, Hagang, Sager +1. So very little strip there. Very little strip there. Okay. How fast is the Hagang? Because you're gonna need the Masha, you're gonna need the Savannah just behind the Hagang. Also, I personally believe Ciara got a minor nerf. I think the way the patch went, on a scale of 1 to 10, as far as how devastating the nerf is, I think it's going to be somewhere between a 2 and a 3 for Lima. I think it's going to be around a 1 for Gianna. I think it's going to be around a 1 for Ciara. I think it's a net buff for Praha, like a +1 buff, and I think it's like a +3 buff for Juno. Riley was the play there. I wasn't paying attention. Damn it, Riley was the play. I misplayed that. I misdrafted that. Okay, Wojo, so first of all, Lima and Gianna seriously did need to be nerfed, bro. I understand, like, it's really frustrating when you've got Gianna. I definitely get how frustrating that is, but bro, they needed to be nerfed. The problem is that so many people have Lima and Gianna both. They're dominating RTA. I mean, they are dominating RTA like hasn't happened in a long time. Oh, that resistance was good night. That resistance was GG. I just lost. But yeah, I mean, I understand. The thing is, though, honestly, yeah. So I don't actually agree that Juno needs a nerf at all. Juno's win rates and her usage don't show that she's in major need of a nerf. Honestly, Juno, you could say Juno didn't necessarily need a buff for sure. But Juno does not need a nerf. Lima and Gianna both needed nerfs. They didn't need huge nerfs, but they needed nerfs. And I actually personally, again, like, I get it. You've got Gianna, so it feels much more personal. I remember when the Beast Riders were nerfed, how pissed I was. I actually still don't think those nerfs were necessary, but I do remember how pissed I was about the nerfs for much the same reason where you stand right now. It just feels personal. Because it weakens your account, right? But just for me, speaking for somebody like, you know, speaking as somebody who doesn't have them, I guess, I feel like the nerfs were actually very well balanced. I think a lot of us have been saying for a long time that was kind of what they needed, was to reduce the turn cycling on skill 1. The turn cycling on skill 1 was just too much. It made them too strong. And yeah, I feel like they did that. Like, I don't agree with a lot of Com2S nerfs, but this time I do. I think they actually made the correct nerf. They reduced the turn cycling, and then because it is the same skill 1 on everybody, they had to do something to bring things back up for the Ciara, the Praha, and the Lima. Now, you could argue that maybe they didn't do a good job of balancing the Ciara. I think that would be a very fair thing to argue. Like, the Ciara was the one who got a nerf that maybe didn't need it as much as the others. But on the whole, I actually thought that this was a pretty good change. I don't think it's a major, like I said, I mean, I think I gave my ratings, right? I think that it's probably, you know, it's a very small nerf. I really think it's a very small nerf to most of these units. She's heal blocked, so let's just do this. Gotta get the Chung off the field. Oh, we did not get Chung off the field. I think we lose then. Can he kill the Leo? Yeah, he can, right? Yep. A proc, and I have a small chance? Yeah, no. The glancing from the Tessa. I had a chance until Tessa glanced on the Chung. If Chung dies there, I think I get that. All right, let me get caught back up here in chat. So, So you're saying give all the oracles 2 hits for S1, Wojo? I don't actually understand that. Because that's a bigger nerf than what they did. Oh, I see what you're saying. So, I see what you're saying. So, yeah, but that would have been a bigger nerf. Like, why are you upset that they didn't get a bigger nerf? I guess that's the part that's confusing me. I predicted, I told somebody recently that I thought they might drop the oracles to 10% attack bar pushback. I didn't actually think that they would give them buffs to balance it out. The Juno buff is pretty huge, I'm not gonna lie, but I don't think Juno is as dominant as you think Juno is. I'm gonna take a look at her win rate, but because I don't feel like she has a crazy win rate, but let's take a look. Maybe I'm wrong. Right, well if you go from, it's the same 30%, but then you do less damage. You lose your artifact damage, so that's a bigger nerf. That's my point. Like, why would you want a bigger nerf? Yeah, so Juno's only 48% win rate, bro. Juno is not actually like crazy powerful or anything. She's frustrating to you because you have Gianna and she counters your primary unit. But like on the whole, in like overall, yeah, here we go. So if you look at Juno overall, she's played in 30% of matches with a 49%, sub 49% win rate. That's actually really bad numbers. That's legitimately really bad numbers. So I would argue that like Juno did kind of need a buff. And then if you look at like, let's even say Ciara, I don't know where Ciara will stand. Ciara 47.5%. Like when has Ciara ever been that bad before, right? But then if you look at Lima, freaking 53%. That's kind of busted. Or if you look at Gianna, same deal. Gianna's going to be right around 52.5%. Those are all kind of busted. And then Praha's probably like 45%, 46%. She's been really low. Yeah, 47%. She's been low for seasons. So if you look at the oracles, like we all think of them as being super powerful, but the reality is only Gianna and Lima were actually really OP in terms of win rate. And so for me, like, yeah, I mean, I get it, bro. You remember the matches that are really traumatizing. I remember plenty of matches that are traumatizing as well. We all know I tilt, so I'm not trying to say anything else. Like I tilt, I get angry, I complain. So I'm just trying to be like, I'm trying to give like a neutral perspective though. I think the win rates bear out. Juno has been getting weaker and weaker in the meta. Dominic can one-shot a Juno right now. She doesn't counter as much stuff overall. And I do feel like a slight buff to Juno was warranted. I think the speed buff offsets the fact that she's only gaining, 10% or 30% attack bar now. I think she's going to be stronger. I definitely think she got the biggest buff of the three. I think the Praha got a medium buff. Speaking of Juno, can we use Juno here? Maybe. I wish I had Josephine. Josephine would be perfect here, but she's not Rune. Can I use Hagang here? Hagang doesn't make sense, so we're going to go with the Juno. And then I feel like Leo. Except Leo nerfs my Masha, right? Let's just go Julienne for now then. But I mean, Lima and Gianna needed the nerf, and it's not even that the units were that OP, it's that they're that OP together, and somehow everybody seems to have them together. That's been the issue. For so many seasons, the problem has rarely been the units themselves. The problem has been the units when they're paired together. The issue with Chung was when he got paired with Yogun and Ryu, for example. The issue with Gianna is that when you put Gianna with Lima, it's just busted, man. It is so busted. So, can I get away with no sustain here? Probably not. I think I need the Fang, so at least I have a little extra sustain. We'll do that. And then Miles is probably the primary concern, or is it Dominic? I think it's Dominic. Yeah, Dominic has that one-shot potential. Okay, do that. I mean, she's gonna get a speed buff, but She still has to actually get the turn. Honestly, she still has to get the turn. That's easier said than done by itself. Ah, I knew I shouldn't do that. Stun? Nice. Bro, you can't land anything? Well, I mean, we'll see, bro. We'll see. It wouldn't be the first time I've been wrong, for sure. But to me, I mean, I feel like Juno got a small buff out of the deal. I don't feel like she got anything particularly crazy. I don't think she's going to play all that much different than she did before, and I don't think she was that big of an issue before because the win rate wasn't there. So, but like I said, I've been wrong plenty of times before. To me, I thought this was probably, like, I actually thought this was one of the best overall jobs Com2uS has done with addressing an issue. I really did. I thought like they did the correct nerf to Lima and Gianna. I thought that they balanced things back up really well with the Juno and the Praha. I thought Ciara got a little bit of, I mean, look at my Juno just got run over right there. You can't tell me the speed buff makes any difference in this fight. Miles just rolled right through my Juno. Getting resisted every time doesn't help. Yeah, Wojo, if they made that change to Juno, you could literally unsummon her. Like, I am dead serious. If they limited it to 2 cleanses and debuffs, you could unsummon her. She would become basically the worst Nat 5. That's an exaggeration. She would be D tier. And that is not an exaggeration. I swear to you, I believe this. If you made her only cleanse 2 buffs and they were random, she would be a D tier unit that would have 1 use and 1 use only, and that would be to counter Nora. And she might not even be able to counter Nora. That would be so overboard, bro. What does she do? She doesn't do anything. Especially now, she only turn cycles 30%. She does nothing. She's there for one reason, and that's to cleanse the debuffs. So if she can't cleanse debuffs anymore, she does nothing. She has a 90% activation rate on her strip. So it's not even 100% activation rate on the strip. She loses her turn cycle when she strips. Yeah, bro, no, there's no way, man. There's no way. She's just frustrating to somebody who plays a CC team with Gianna. I get that. She's your nemesis. Like, I have my monsters that are nemesis for me every season. Some monsters are just more frustrating because they counter our style. But honestly, like, when you're playing a different style, Juno is a non-factor. I mean, honestly, you could take away the heal, and I don't believe it would make... Well, no, she needs the self-heal. If you took away the team heal, it would make no difference. It would make no difference, because most of the time my Juno ever actually heals anything, the whole team is heal blocked anyway. But, yeah, the self-heal she needs. But without the same thing, man, if you took away the self-heal, I don't think she's viable. I really don't. Like, legitimately, I think if you nerf Juno from where she's at, again, 48% win rate right now. So if you gave her any kind of a nerf from where she's at, she's not RTA viable. Like, she's legitimately just de-rune her and stick her in storage. What up, Sky? How you doing? Missing the Oliver was big. He'll snipe the Oliver with the, ooh, he goes for the Bulwark. Interesting. Double non-crit didn't help right there. Ah, that's right, okay. That was a nice team, man. He outdrafted me. I didn't see that coming. I didn't think that through. I didn't think that through with the speed buff. That was a really nice team. That was just a nice team. I did not think that one through. I didn't see him getting. I didn't see how he would cycle in front of me with the speed buff. Yeah, that was a really solid draft on his part. I'll tell you what, bro. I'll tell you what. I will bet you 5,000 points on 2-1 odds that she doesn't reach 52%.
Good old fade out. Yeah. Sorry, I was like, what?
I'm willing. I mean, it's not really putting money. It's just points, right? But I'm willing to put my money where my mouth is. I believe she'll be a 50% monster at best. I don't think it's an impact. I think it's a +2 on a 1 to 10 scale at most, maybe a +1, +1.5, +2 buff, because she's losing the 10% turn cycle. Yeah, she gets a speed buff if you debuff her, but she's losing the turn cycle. So at the end of the day, she's gonna gain a slightly bit more amount of attack buff. The main thing that I think she's gonna do is she's gonna be stronger against Carnell. That's the only one I truly think that this impacts, and Carnell's not super in the meta right now. So I think it impacts Carnell a lot, because the Carnell slow debuff on a Juno means it's over. Like, Carnell just takes Juno out of the match. So if Juno has a chance to catch back up to Carnell, she can counter him. But that's the only monster I really see it mattering, because like against Poseidon, yeah, Poseidon gives a slow debuff, sure, but your Juno's dead before she's ever taken a turn anyway. It doesn't matter. And so, like, that's the only monster I can think of where this is going to actually be impactful is against Carnell. I can't let him return Oblivion at me, can I? It's not like you can put her on triple revenge, because if you don't get the despair stuns... Well, the Art Masters don't add slows. You don't really use the Art Masters to control Juno. Like... Yeah, I mean, well, I could be wrong, bro. Like I said, I'm only telling you my prediction. I know you're only telling me yours. But like I said, I'm still willing to put my points where my mouth is. I'll bet you 5,000 points on 2-1 odds she doesn't reach 52%. Shizuka's going to be taken out by the nerf. I don't think Shizuka's going to be strong enough. I think the Shizuka had the big nerf. Shizuka was the true loser, because I don't think... Like, I personally don't actually think that the, I don't actually think that the Dominic nerf was particularly impactful for Dominic. I don't actually think that the, yeah, I don't think the Dominic nerf was impactful for Dominic. I don't think that the, I don't think the Gianna Lima nerfs are going to be overly impactful. I think they're going to be impactful. Dude, that's... How many times are you going to resist me, bro? Oh, bro. Diana resists 2 out of 3 and then procs. Beautiful. Beautiful. Oh well, I gotta resist there too. Kind of balances, right? So I would say, just as an example, like when Masha got buffed, I didn't think it was going to be that impactful, and it absolutely changed the meta. But it changed the meta, and it didn't because Masha's actually got a terrible win rate. Masha's not actually good. She's just used a lot. So it's kind of interesting. Yeah, bro. We will definitely see. We'll definitely see. I'll honor the bet though, like I said. I would be truly shocked. I would honestly be truly shocked if Juno becomes that strong. It just doesn't seem like it to me. I think she'll be used. But you know, the most here's the thing. Most case scenario, like let's say she truly is okay, just as an example, look at what Masha did to Oliver. Masha knocked Oliver partially out of the meta. He's no longer drafted in 70-80% of matches. Masha lowered Oliver's win rate by about 1%. The Oliver nerf had no impact on Oliver whatsoever. It was the Masha buff that impacted Oliver and reduced Oliver's usage in the meta. So if the Juno buff is so much more impactful than I actually think it is, all it's going to do is shift the meta away from some of the monsters that Juno counters and into other monsters. Like it might push the meta more over to Masha and Dominic, for example, and then Juno can't do anything against Masha and Dominic. So at most, if I'm really underestimating the Juno buff, then what'll happen is that it will shift because Juno, the most that it'll do is it means Juno counters a handful of monsters that are going to do heavy debuffs. You know, she counters things like, whatever. She'll counter Cadiz, or she'll counter Rika, or might even counter Molong a little bit. Anything that consistently debuffs, especially on skill 1. You still have Tessarian to Oblivion her, and if you think about it like Juno getting Oblivioned by Tessarian, then she's only getting 30% attack bar in her cycle also, so that's going to be a bigger counter to Juno. She might counter Sekhmet a little bit, but Sekhmet's really all about the skill 3. You don't have to skill 2 Juno, so it just means you'll play Juno a little bit differently, but for the most part, all she's really going to do is counter a little bit more monsters with heavy debuffs. And she was already used to counter them, so she might counter them more effectively, but she's going to counter everything else less effectively. So the real hidden thing is her win rate against certain art masters might go up a little bit, and then, or against certain monsters might go up a little bit, but her win rate against everything else will go down a little bit, and it'll stay about the same. It just pushes her more into like a defined role, I think. It actually makes her less of a catch-all unit and gives her more of a defined role. So she'll be stronger in some situations, weaker in most situations. That's my prediction. Again, could be wrong. I've been wrong many, many times before. many times before. On that note, let's go ahead and pick our first community help person. We did a few wings here. See, Wojo, I feel like if you play Violent Bruisers, you're at a massive disadvantage. So again, I think that's probably... Wojo, there's only one... max is one entry. I'll reopen it for you. See, I think, again, I think we all just... It's that psychological thing, right? Like, I feel it's so much harder to play turn 2 because you're always at such a disadvantage against turn 1. But where I will agree with you is so many matches feel RNG based. What I've started to look at things recently... I've started to look at RTA recently as poker. Because for those of you who know, I used to play poker professional or semi-professionally. And in a poker match, it's virtually never that you're going to get 100%. Virtually never that you get all your money in with a 100% chance to win. What you do is you try and make it so that every decision gives you a slight advantage in your favor, and you count it as over the course of 30, 60, 90, 100 sessions, whatever. You want to be playing winning poker, meaning that you're playing with like a 53, 47 advantage over other players so that you're making enough money per hour to support yourself. You don't actually go for like, $1,000, $10,000, whatever big. You don't go for huge pots. You try and just consistently win and keep yourself at a point where you're making decisions that give you an advantage that outweighs the rate, which is the amount of money the house charges. That's how I now view RTA. I don't think there's anything in RTA that can any longer really give you 100% because there's so much RNG in everything in this game. There's resistance, there's accuracy, there's violent procs, there's activation rates. Everything is RNG. So the best you can do is try and put yourself in situations where you're a 60-40 favorite in each match. Yeah, well, Joe, I can tell you that I went for seasons and seasons trying to play turn 2 bruiser against control teams, and my win rate was consistently below 30% against control teams. I'm doing better now because I've gone to fast pivots, but when I was trying to play against CC teams with just turn 2 units, and I was running, you're saying 40k mons, I was running 55k HP mons, and I still could not get a freaking turn, man. Yeah, I mean, you're saying like one Vio proc to win, but first you have to have enough attack bar to actually get that Vio proc. I'm just saying. I couldn't get the attack bar to get the Vio procs to try and have a chance to win. All right, on that note, let's go ahead and pick. The first winner is actually Shmoo. Shmoo, congratulations, bro. Let me know, Shmoo, message me in Discord what you would like us to do, and definitely give me your account info and pretend that you didn't see me lose PC10. I tried to build the Seishizo 18-second PC10 team, and it's like 97%, and I haven't gotten around to fixing it yet because I have to pull runes off my R5. I think I'm short on damage. It wins 97%, but the fails are kind of annoying. So I think I'm short on damage, and I have to pull runes off my R5, and that means I have to readjust R5 also, so it's kind of a hassle. Wojo, so while I would generally agree with you, I've wanted to see Vio removed. Well, no. I've wanted to see Vio changed forever. I hate the amount of luck that's involved also. I do think that there is... The problem is if you just take Vio out, then it's always going to be about the fastest person wins. So there needs to be something done to fix it, but Vio is the actual only true counter to CC. Otherwise you just have no choice. You just will, every single match will be a speed contest, and that will be just as little fun as actually, it'll be just as unfun if every single match were a speed contest as it would be if, Violent impacts so many matches. That's a good pick right there. But that means that he's, so he's banning Sekhmet, right? Yeah, so what I've said for a long time, one thing I would like to see is Vio procs not to activate your cooldowns or passives, but only on your second proc. In other words, if you proc, so if you, for example, proc out of CC, then your cooldowns would still go down, your passives would still activate. But once you've taken a turn, your second turn should not actually... Let's not give him food. Yeah, once you've taken a turn, your second turn should not bring you into a position where your cooldowns continue to decrease. And I would also be, so Wojo, here's the thing. Generally speaking, I would be in favor of that conceptually, but let me just give you an example. Let me give you an example in this match, for example, where we just went. Like, what if his Bulwark procs and then the Wusa cannot? That creates a huge disadvantage for it. Or what if my, you know, Sekhmet procs and my Riley cannot, or whatever. So the thing is, so many procs are, like, you would get rid of one problem. If you got rid of successive procs, you get rid of one problem and you create another, because then it becomes a penalty if you proc at the wrong time. And you can't control it because it's all RNG. So that gets rid of one problem and creates another, basically. All right, so Shmuel would like, yeah, well, I mean, I agree with you, bro. Like, I agree with you 100% that RNG is an issue in the game. I think where I've changed over time, because I think 100% RNG is an issue in the game. I'm not convinced that violent is the only issue. I think it's just RNG in general. I feel like activation rates are maybe a bigger issue. But bigger does not mean that violent is not an issue. I think activation rates have just become a bigger issue because it just adds even more RNG into the game, and it forces us into a very specific style of teams because you have to duplicate everything to make sure that the activation rates don't burn you. That's one thing. And then accuracy resistance, I've said for a long time, is a massive, massive issue because of the variance. Like, I still stand by, I believe we should be able to have 200 resistance. I think the stat sacrifice that you make to get to 200 resistance more than justifies the fact that you would have a guaranteed resistance. But, you know, as far as violent goes, I think there's probably a lot of different ways to address it. I don't know that you can ever truly get it balanced, and in this type of gacha game, I don't know that it's possible to ever really take RNG out. I think all games, truly all games, have RNG. Like, even live sports have RNG, right? A bloop single in baseball, or an off-the-backboard shot in basketball, football, a pass bounces in the air and gets intercepted. Take your pick. So I think every game truly has RNG, even live sports. It's a question of how much RNG is acceptable, because we all want it to be skill-based or monster-based or strategy-based, but then if it becomes so overboard on skill or strategy or monster-based that certain people feel like they can't win, then everybody would quit and we wouldn't have 500,000 players. We'd have just the SWC guys. And the rest of us would all be like, well, I can never beat an SWC guy, so I'm never going to play because there's no hope. And so it's just actually finding that balance. I don't honestly have any idea where the balance is, but I know we've gone too far in the other direction. I think we have way too much RNG in the game. I don't think we can get rid of it all as much as I would love to. But I think we can probably move towards getting less of it in the game. Yeah, see, and Michael, that's the same thing. If you get rid of accuracy resistance checks and you have no chance to resist, then there would be no game. It would literally be every match is a speed contest with 5cc units, and whoever's fastest wins, and there'd be no game left. And that's the whole point, is like we can't get away from having some element of RNG in the game if we want a game that offers diversified options. As much as I've got 2.5 years on YouTube being the guy talking about wanting to reduce RNG as much as possible. So Bear that in mind coming from me. Like, I freaking hate RNG. It tilts me so bad. I sit there and scream. I once punched out my tablet and had to buy a new tablet. I mean, I don't want it to come off as overly hypocritical, but I also recognize we can't completely get rid of RNG or we would just have no game. So it's just a question of how much RNG can we eliminate where the game is more fun for the most amount of people. Because I think right now there's so much RNG that it's not fun for a lot of people at a lot of times. Alright, so Shmoo would like an RTA box review. He would like us to go through, figure out which monsters should be in his box and which monsters should not be, and then maybe talk a little bit about some recommended builds. Shmoo does have a really deep box, so we're going to start just by looking at your LDs, because I remember you have a couple. And we want to work those LDs in if at all possible. I thought you had Jaeger. Yep, you have Jaeger, so he should definitely be in your box. And I thought you had one more. Maybe I'm remembering wrong. I thought you had 2 LD5s. Yeah, Laurel, so the 100% accuracy is necessary. The 100% resistance is niche. So, for example, I run a max resistance Fang because I don't draft Fang against AoE CC units that all have max accuracy. I draft Fang against a lot of monsters that are likely to have 20 or 30 accuracy, and the resistance comes in huge for me on Fang. But if I were to try and run like... same thing for Vertihile, because I use Vertihile. This season I'm using Vertihile to counter Masha, and a max resistance Vertihile is dominating Masha's because she's actually quite stat hungry, and very rarely is she going to have max accuracy. But it's more about building resistance into monsters that are facing monsters that don't have a lot of accuracy, as opposed to trying to resist. You know, building a max resistance Mo Long and then drafting it against the Chung is pointless because Chung's always going to be built with max accuracy. That max resistance doesn't help, it's just wasting stats. Best Masha counter so far this season, what's been working really well for me is Leo Verd, Justin. My Leo actually has the highest win rate of any monster in my box, and that's been my counter. Now, I personally don't think that this counter is going to work all season long. I don't know. I keep waiting for the tables to turn. I can't believe it's still working for me this well, but my Leo has a 77-78% win rate, and I've literally only drafted him against Masha all season. So when they first pick Masha, I counter Leo Verd, and then I just do my best to counter draft against them, and it's working. I don't know that I feel like it's going to continue to work, but so far it's working. Michael, the problem is those monsters are so powerful that they tend to not do much else. And then of course Akroma's an LD5, but I mean I'd be fine with, I would actually love to see more monsters that have a guaranteed resistance like Akroma, but I think getting rid of your ability to resist debuffs with the amount of strip that's in the game, I can't imagine that the game would be anything but a speed contest at that point. I truly can't. And then if you did put 5 monsters in the game that had passive resistance, it would just be 5 CC units against those 5 with passive resistance every match, and you still wouldn't have any variety because you would be forced to use those monsters as opposed to trying to be able to be creative and use a variety of other monsters. Vlad, I personally think it was a very minor nerf to Lima and Gianna. I think it was slightly larger to Lima, but it was very, very minor to Gianna. Yeah, Gianna's not going to turn cycle as fast. She's still going to turn cycle a ton. And at the end of the day, Gianna's power is more about the strip into stun on turn 1. So I don't think it's going to be super impactful for Gianna. I think it does force Gianna a little bit more into faster builds. She's going to be slightly harder to play turn 2, but not impossible. It's a slightly larger nerf to Lima, but I still don't think Lima turn cycles so freaking fast that 15% attack bar is not going to like knock her out of the meta or anything. Might drop her from being a 53% win rate monster to a 51.5, which is still very strong. Ciara is the one, I actually feel like Ciara got a slight nerf in the deal, and I don't think Ciara needed a nerf. I think Ciara had fallen somewhat out of the meta for cause, and I think Ciara was the one that they screwed up with. I actually thought they got all 4 of the other ones right. I thought Juno got a slight buff, Praha got a slight buff, Lima Gianna got slight nerfs. I think Ciara's slight nerf was wrong, but the other 4 I thought they did pretty good with. And that's rare for me. Like I'm never the guy going, "Come to us, got something right?" But in this case, I felt like they got something right. Just me. Well, Joe, I don't know if I'm in the top 5% of the player base, then they certainly don't cater to me. That's the best thing I can say. But I get your point. Yeah, I don't know what to say there. I get your point. It's frustrating at times. It really is. Trust me. I've been so frustrated so many times. I feel the frustration. I understand it. This patch did nothing for me. They didn't buff any of my units. They didn't nerf any of my units. This patch was like totally neutral to me. I don't feel like it's going to shift the meta all that much. I felt like this was a very neutral balance patch. If it does, it's not going to take Gianna out of the meta. If you have Gianna, you're still drafting her every match. It may make Lima not 100% of the time first pick. Maybe you have to adjust your draft strategy if you have Lima. I think she's still going to be OP, but maybe you have to adjust your draft strategy. And other than that, like I think the Dominic one was nothing. I think the Zerath buff was nice, them changing his awakening. Gurkha definitely got a really big buff. But yeah, I felt like it was a lot of very minor, not super impactful stuff, except for one, the Wind Shadowcaster. He's going to be impactful. The Wind Shadowcaster is actually going to be pretty legit. AoE attack bar reduction on detonation. Is that too powerful? That's interesting. I mean, so one thing is, well, Joe, she does, like, in your case, for example, you have Ciara. Well, no, it wouldn't be with Gianna. Like, if you ran her with John, like if you got AoE bombs out, then she would have it. But obviously, if you got AoE bombs out, you already won, so it doesn't really matter. I guess with the Gianna, it could change your strategy a little bit, where if you bomb 2 units instead of bombing the same unit, they both get pushed back. That could be kind of impactful. So I didn't actually, so when you said that, it triggered it to me. That's for the people who run Ciara with other bombers. It's actually a little bit more useful for her than I was first considering, because you could actually get multiple attack bar pushbacks. That's pretty interesting. That's actually pretty interesting. I still think it's a net nerf for Ciara, because getting multiple bombers through with the strip, speed lead, and everything else you need is tough. Yeah, I still think it's a net nerf for Ciara. It's a minor one, but it's not minor actually. Ciara was all about her turn cycling. I think Ciara's nerf was unnecessary. I'm not sure. I wouldn't be against the AoE attack bar reduction, or maybe like AoE 15% and 30% on the unit that's bombed. Because I always, for a lot of these skills, I've always felt like the targeted unit on the AoE skills should take the bigger impact on whatever your skill is. Like, I think, for example, Chung should only get skill reset on the monster that he targets instead of AoE skill reset, stuff like that. But something like a 30% attack bar reduction on the target and 15% AoE, that could be interesting and a little more balanced to Ciara. I'd be open to that. Justin, yeah, Dominic's still going to be huge in the meta. His nerf, his nerf was so minor. I think, like, so many of us probably didn't even remember that his passive is so complicated. I think a lot of people actually forgot that his attack scales up as his HP gets lower until they, accidentally get him too low in HP in Siege. All right, in the meantime, Shmoo won this community help giveaway, so let's go over Shmoo's box. All right, Shmoo, so we're gonna start off by putting your LDs out, and then we're gonna work from there. So we're gonna revamp your box, but I wanna start with the LDs. Do me a favor, let me know if you have an LD besides Jaeger. For some reason I thought you did, but I'm not seeing it, so I might have just remembered wrong. Or it might be out and I might have missed it. I thought you had one more LD5. No, it's not out. Okay. Okay, so I might have just remembered wrong. Okay, so it's only Jaeger. So unfortunately, Jaeger's not a monster you can usually build an entire team around. Now, he's super powerful if you can get him in the right situations. So for you, what we want to do is try and create situations where Jaeger is draftable. That's going to be a big thing for you. Also, I happen to know your runes a little bit because we've done re-app streams for you and stuff. I mean, I don't know your runes inside out, but I know where your strength lies, and that strength is going to be in violent, which definitely means we should be looking at monsters that you can play either a turn 1.5 or turn 2. So, Wusa, Molong, both super well fit. Excuse me. The Barbara, not super in the meta right now. Not a monster I would probably recommend for you on a violent build. It's not that she can't be used, it's not that she's not good, it's that she tends to be better on a swift build if you're contesting turn 1, and if you did want to use her on a violent build, I think the amount of times that you would be able to pick her and pick her well would be so rare that you would be, because Barbara's really stat hungry, you'd be giving up a giant violent set for a monster that you couldn't use on a regular basis. Now, the Heigang and the Moor, even though the Moor is a turn 1 monster, he's really useful to contest control. I won't say contest speed, but you use him to contest control, so both of these units are great in your box. Shizuka, I personally think, is going to largely fall out of the meta after... I don't think she's going to fall out of the meta. I think she's going to be used a lot less after the nerf, but I don't want to take her out of your box because we don't really know how impactful that nerf is going to be yet. I feel like it's going to be relatively impactful. I really do. But I mean, she still has the ability to cool herself down. And I wouldn't take her completely out of your box just yet. Now, Nana also kind of a little bit niche usage. She's still actually, Nana's still got a crazy high win rate. And she's still picked in about a third of drafts. But she tends to be, like, where that win rate comes from is turn 1 snipe style teams, which you actually do have a slight ability to play by combining the Dominic and the Jaeger. So I think she would somewhat work. Michael, that's a pretty big difference, though, because it creates gaps. What makes her so strong right now is that she can effectively keep a continuous mixture of soul protection or buffs on herself by just continually giving herself skill 2 soul protection and cooling herself down. So with that 1 extra turn cooldown, it will create some opportunities where you can kill her without soul protection. That's going to make her a little bit weaker. It's those gaps that really create a big difference in how you would use the monster. Think about what happens when Oliver gets resisted on his skill 3 and has to wait an extra couple of turns in order to use it again. All of a sudden, his entire cycle of control breaks, right? It's going to be the same thing with Shizuka. Her cycle of protection breaks. Now, is she going to be a dead pick? No, because violent runes exist. And she can still violent proc in order to cool herself down, and she's still going to synergize great with monsters like Gianna and against monsters like Gianna, so she's still going to be around, but I don't think she's going to be quite as strong now because she'll have holes in that cycle of protection. That means that you can't pick her as often. You have to just be a little bit more conservative with how you pick her. And I don't know if she's going to remain viable as a first pick for most people unless they have certain LDs or they build a team specifically around her. All right, the Miles is... Miles is a really strong unit that tends to have a lower win rate in RTA. I feel like he just gets overdrafted though. Situationally, he can be really strong. What I hate is that this is only an 80%, well, it's 100% strip, but it's only, I think, a 50% stun chance. And that RNG is what contributes to his lower win rate because you can't rely on him. And the monsters you pick him to counter against, a lot of times they're, you know, fast snipe style monsters. So you might pick him to try and, let's say, stun a Molong. But in a Molong-Bulver combo, if the Miles does not stun the Molong, the Bulver kills the Molong from the Miles damage, and then you just snipe the Miles out. So Miles is a good monster if you use him in the right situations. Great counter against monsters like Juno, great counter against monsters like Douglas, even great against Carnell. Just pointing some examples out of your own box, but not, I think he gets overused. That's the point I'm making. I think he gets overused. All right, obviously Masha, Douglas belong in your box. Juno, Tessarian belong in your box. Ciara, we were just talking about her. She probably got a slight nerf, and because she is so stat hungry, I would generally be inclined to drop her out of your box. However, I don't see Oliver, and that would be the natural upgrade, would be Oliver. I feel like if you had Oliver, he would already be in your box. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. But without Oliver, you probably need to keep Ciara there as a second speed lead. No Oliver. So then I guess we keep the Ciara here. It's not like she's going to be garbage either. I mean, she got a slight nerf, right? She got a slight nerf. She's still playable. And she's not going to be a focus for you, though. She's going to be secondary speed lead type thing. The Charlotte, I don't think fits well into your box. You do have some strippers, but they're not really going to fit well into your core. And Charlotte only becomes a force ban if you are showing like speed contests. Charlotte's almost never banned. She's got a crazy high win rate, but almost never banned. So I don't think she's a great fit for you. Zingze works, Chung works, Sagar, who we just added, works. Riley and Dominic belong there. The Escher, I think you can probably drop. I'm hoping you have an Ethna and a Sekhmet hiding somewhere in here, because you do have a pretty deep box, from what I remember. So I'm hoping we have Ethna and or Sekhmet. That's where I'd rather your Swift Runes were going. I don't see either of them. Neither. Okay, that's unfortunate. Now, the Jemire is probably going to be the only counter in the game to Veronica, who's already got like a 60% win rate in RTA, which is just absurd. But I don't know how often you're going to face Veronica. The main thing you would do with the Jemire is something like a Tableau Jemire if you have Tableau. You can use Jemire situationally just as an extra speed lead and cleanse. He also provides you an alternative to Ciara. So I think you probably want to have 3 speed leads in your box. I don't know that. Plus, Jemire is super easy to rune. That's the big thing. He's super easy to rune. Ciara is not easy to rune. So I think the Jemire does add a little bit to your box. You do want a Lulu. Right now, you really only have 2 supports, the Wusa and the Riley, both of whom get contested. And the Wusa doesn't cleanse at all. The Riley's cleanse is very limited. So Lulu is worth keeping in your box. We do have the Molong. I'm sure you have a Bulwark, right? Pretty sure you have Bulwark. No Bulwark, huh? No Bulwark. Okay, do you have Icarus? You do have Icarus. So we can add the Icarus in. Bulwark is obviously better, but Icarus can be used. So you can run a Molong Icarus combination with Dominic. So one possibility is something like Molong, Dominic, Icarus, Jaeger, Nana. Who would the ban be in that situation? I feel like the ban there might be Icarus, but that still gives you slight support from the Nana, and then it gives you, yeah, that to me is kind of like an interesting core comp for you. I would so much prefer the Icarus to be Bulwark in that comp, but either way, you're really only running one support unit. So I feel like something like the Icarus, Dominic, Jaeger, Molong, Nana, Riley, Wusa would probably be your main core, because those are the monsters that, and the Nana, of course, those are the monsters that are going to synergize best with the Jaeger. In particular, running the Jaeger and the Dominic together gives you 2 major damage threats that both can be run as Bruiser. Sager gives you a nice pivot, especially because you don't have the Ethna or the Sekhmet. Sager gives you a nice pivot when the opponent's not running speed leads, or when you can squeeze a speed lead in to try and do a turn 1 reset. All right, I do have to take a quick restroom break. Let me just put something up on we'll put my screen up. I do have to take a quick restroom break, and then we're going to go back through your box a little bit more. So I will be right back, guys. All right. I was dying. I was trying to get through. I was trying to get through your box, but I was dying, man. All right, let's bring your account back up here. All right, anything else that we feel like might synergize? So you definitely need a Triana. I think all boxes need a Triana, and that's just gonna be in terms of anti-cleave. Vanessa's buff is quite interesting, by the way. Somebody asked also what we think about the Zyros skill 3 buff, and I think the Zyros skill 3 buff is interesting. I don't think it's gonna be like super crazy impactful. I think where it'll matter most is for arena offense against certain units that can cut like on a 2-turn skill down. 2-turn cooldown, but I don't think Zyros is going to be super used in RTA. There's some people who will experiment with him, but I think at the end of the day, the base speed buff is pretty big. I don't know. There's some people who will run him. There are definitely some people who will run him. I don't know that he's going to be like anything particularly better or worse than say a Poseidon or a Teor. I think he just falls into that category. I think the Varad buff is definitely more interesting, but same thing. Varad's more interesting because you can build him to do really big damage, but also to take a hit, where Zyros cannot take a hit. So I think Varad definitely will be above Zyros for any kind of PvP application. I think Zyros is probably better for arena offense, which is where he's already used a lot. So I think the buff to Zyros is nice for your arena offense, particularly the base speed. I think Varad may have some RTA application. I don't think he's going to be the meta or anything. I think monsters like Poseidon and Chung still generally going to be better. But I think Varad falls into that category. So if you don't have Poseidon, you don't have Chung, you don't have Charlotte, I think Varad's definitely going to be usable in that role. Galatiana Zyros Cleave. I don't think that. I think that's probably going to be the same as it was before. The extra 1-turn cooldown is nice, but I don't think it's anything amazing. I think the base speed, honestly, is going to have more application, especially for people earlier in the game who struggle to get speed tuned. I think the dragons definitely became much more usable early game with that base speed boost. That's probably where I see the biggest buffs for them. But again, I think the Varad buff is nice. I think the Zyros buff is nice. I think Varad buff is definitely more impactful. Hey Ace, thanks again for becoming a channel member. Have a good night, bro. All right, let's swing back through Shmu's box one last time. Actually, I don't know why, Shmu. I thought you had more meta monsters. I remember us like going through the lists of who to devil for you, and it felt like you had more meta monsters. Not to say that your box is bad. I just remembered you having a few other units that I think you don't have as I'm looking for them. We definitely need it on Taurus, though. And do we have Rika? Lacking Rika, we may just go with like an Oki. The Coco actually can be kind of useful at times. Justin, yeah, they slightly counter different things. Also, you may want to rune the Tetra on Violent and the Veramos on Triple Nemesis, for example, so it gives you the ability to do different builds. But there are some situations, and it's pretty limited, but there are some situations where the Tetra is going to be better than the Veramos or vice versa. The Veramos attack bar boost is better for cutting really high aggressive teams. The Tetra, on the other hand, gives you heal. So if you think the fight's going to last slightly longer, then you could argue for the Tetra over the Veramos, because Vero doesn't heal if there's no debuffs. And the Tetra also has direct cleanse with shield, which means that the Tetra can heal stuns. So just as an example, Tetra is going to be better against Gianna, usually because of the ability to heal and the ability to cleanse the stuns. Now, with that said, I don't think it's like mandatory to keep them both runed, and I would not allocate important runes onto either of them. But I think if you have one sitting around in your box runed up, not using any runes that matter, and you're cautious not to overpick her, I think it's useful to have her runed. there's just always that question of at what point are you ruining too many monsters that you start to get confused about remembering when to draft which monster. Praha, I do think got a nice buff, and I think the Praha Jaeger could be really intriguing together because people will target the Jaeger heavily. So if you build a slightly tankier Jaeger and then they can't take the Jaeger out, and then you get a full heal with a speed buff from the Praha. So in this case, I would actually tune the Jaeger in front of the Praha so that Jaeger gets to go like S2, and if you get lucky, you get a proc. And then the Praha, I'm actually going to say you tune last on your team, period. Because of that speed buff, I feel like you use the Praha last on your team and you try and lap your opponent and take 8 turns in a row. So I actually think the Praha has some really interesting application. Shihu is a useful counter to Laika. I don't know that he fits in every box, but because he is kind of rune hungry, but we don't have a huge box for you yet, so I do think the Shihu definitely fits. The Ariel used to be kind of intriguing as a counter to monsters like Rika and so forth. I feel like Veramos just does a better job since the last Veramos buff, like we were just talking about. My win rate with Veramos is absolutely off the charts the last 2 seasons as well. The last monster I know for sure we're missing is Triana. Let's get actually Triana and Fang. I've got an interesting replay. If it's still in my history, I want to show you guys this replay. This Fang, yeah, no, he's Let's see. All right, one more lap through your box, but I don't want to get such a big box that you can't ruin everything either. So like there's some uses for Blution, but I feel like Blution tends to work better when it's turn 1 versus turn 1. Because if you're playing turn 2 or turn 1.5, he just gets reset and dies anyway. Molong Harmonia, not so much a thing anymore. I haven't seen Harmonia used in RTA in several seasons. Same thing for Rigel. Rigel is not really a thing right now. There's some people, same thing for Susano. People tried Susano, Rigel, they're just not doing quite enough right now. Situationally, they can be good, but you only have so many runes, and you want to be bringing in your best runes units, and then speed tuning everything gets tough. So I think those units kind of fell out. Liam is kind of interesting, but he's not deviled, and I don't think he really fits your box. Amber, what does Amber do again? That's what I thought. I don't think Amber is there yet. I think we're waiting for a buff on Amber. Especially when you're not playing a strip heavy team. Perna, Rakan, both have some interesting applications. I don't think they fit great here. Chloe is usable, but I think we have enough support units in your box that just confuses things. I know some people swear by Chloe. I've never really been into Chloe. I feel like Chloe is a slightly better Pontos, and yes, I said better. Because Chloe's heal on skill 2 is a lot more useful than Pontos' silence if you're playing turn 2. Now if you're playing turn 1, obviously the Pontos silence is much better. And Pontos has the better speed lead and has the better invincibility buff, but at the end of the day, Chloe's got the ability to do damage with the skill 1 because it scales to her HP. Pontos has no ability to do damage, and Chloe heals. So I kind of feel like Chloe is a slightly better version of Pontos, sad as that is. For turn 2 players. Pontos, obviously a whole other level for turn 1. That AoE silence, if you're playing a more aggressive comp, the AoE silence is huge. But for the box that we're talking about for you right now, that was my comparison. However, I still think she complicates issues, and I think she doesn't maybe do enough in this situation to warrant using a big violence set on her, which is probably the issue. Since we don't have the Rika and we don't have Sekhmet, Okeanos would be a possibility, but I feel like generally speaking, the Sagar is going to cover that role better, and he's going to need a big rune set. So Okeanos probably just complicates the matter. I make much the same argument about Helena. I think Helena, very, very strong monster, but super situational, and I just don't want to give you too many monsters that do very similar things that you would draft in similar situations, because that just makes it more complicated. So while Helena and Oki would both work, and Daphnis also would work, I don't know if maybe those are the best things to put in your box just yet. I think down the road, those might be monsters that you want to add, like the Helena, the Daphnis, and the Okeanos, but I think right now, probably not. Ren, also another interesting unit, but much more for turn 1 play. Let's see here, we've got the Charlotte, not so much. Eladriel, not so much. For this box, Triton, we've got the Danny Hathor, but I don't know that Getting Hathor, I don't think it does enough right now. Odin would be interesting with Jaeger, but you'd have to build a team specific to him. Savannah works much better if you're playing a more aggressive turn 1 style team. Darian's not going to do enough. Escher giving you turn 1 is not really going to do enough for a turn 2 style team. Lauren's base stats just hold her back. If we ever get a 2A Lauren, she will super be back in the meta. But right now, her base stats just hold her back too much. Jubel wasn't really there. This is the other unit I think we're going to need. This is really just to go anti-cleave, especially because you don't have the ability to test turn 1 for any kind of anti-cleave. Also, I don't think we have Carnal. If we have Carnal, that's one line. You know what? So we don't have Carnal, so we're going to add the Rakan in. We're going to add the Rakan in. Now, what are we going to use Rakan for? Specifically, because you have Magnum. So Magnum is a cheat code against, Tariq actually just mentioned it, the Japanese cleave. Because you have Magnum, Magnum's 100% force ban against almost all versions of the Japanese cleave, which is basically where they run Bastet, Draco. You have Cardinal. Oh, he's already there. Okay, my bad. I think we still keep the Rakan though, because we can run Rakan on Vampire. We definitely want the Carnal in. But we'll keep the Rakan specifically for this one situation where they're running like a Draco Bastet, Julie Lucian, Garo, or something along those lines. You're going to want to have Vanessa, Triana, Miho Magnum, plus a Fire Bruiser unit. That Fire Bruiser can either be Tessarian, Rakan, or Carnal, kind of depending on what they're showing you. In theory, you can also use the Xing Zhe, but I really like the Rakan best out of those options because of his ability to strip and provoke. Nana is another option there, so depending on how the draft unfolds and where you're first picking, but that's pretty much the core of that team. You want Vanessa, you want Triana, you want Magnum. Miho has to be a last pick because they're going to draft Kaki to counter the Miho, so you need to make sure that you can ban the Kaki, and that's the big thing, is as long as, and with this team, if you build it tanky enough, you can take the hits from the Julie and the Lucian, because the Triana lets you cut, and you've got some revive, and then the Miho revenges. So as long as, you might let them have Bastet, Draco, Julie, Lucian, they have to ban the Magnum, and you'll get the Miho there. And then if you have either Miho or Magnum, either of those monsters is going to destroy that team. So I think the Miho still has a place. She only counters one specific comp, and you don't see that comp all that often, but she still has a place because she doesn't use runes that anyone else needs. So she's going to be on Vampire Nemesis. Nobody else in your box needs that Vampire Nemesis set, and that's going to allow the Miho to, just sit there and not confuse the issue, not do anything else that matters, but, or I should say not take any other runes that matter, but just be drafted in a very niche situation where she will always win for you. So this is pretty much the box that I would go for if I were you. I would probably be running first pick on the Dominic because I think, so Dominic definitely, first pick Dominic, I've been using it and I'm not loving it. My success rate is much better. Just for example, my success rate is much better with first pick Riley. I feel so vulnerable because I expect to get countered by Bulwark every time I first pick Riley. But I've actually been surviving, even when they counter me with Bulwark, I've been surviving, and the first pick Riley gives me such a better pivot against most other teams. But I have the box, I think, and the depth, I think, to make the first pick Riley work. I'm not sure everybody does, because I think if you first pick Riley and they pick Bulwark, and you can't pivot away from that, then too many times you're dead right off the bat. So in your case, I would like to see you test first pick Dominic, and then if that's not effective enough, I would probably move to a first pick Masha, but I don't think you need Masha in every draft. I think your core, what you want to get to is Dominic, Jaeger, 1 or 2 supports, and then 1 more either damage dealer or half support. So a half support would be something like Nana. Nana is going to give you no sustain, but she's going to give you AoE defense break, possible stuns, and then also obviously the orbs. So Nana for me is like a half support. Obviously the Wusa and the Riley I would be considering supports in this case, even though the Wusa does some big direct damage. And so your goal would be something like Dominic, Jaeger, Nana. I would love to see those 3 in the vast majority of your drafts, but the Nana drafted late, not early. because Nana is so directly countered by Tessa, and she's also directly countered by double snipe. And so you start with the Dominic, and then if you can roll out something like Riley Yeager on your 2-3, and then get the Nana out plus one more unit that fits in the team on the 5 pick, that's going to be your dream comp. Now, if your opponent is running CC from the Dominic, you're going to struggle a little bit more to pivot. I'm not going to lie, you just don't have a lot of great anti-CC units. But I would probably start with the Jemire. I think the Jemire could potentially work in some anti-CC situations. I think the Juno could potentially work in some anti-CC situations. Obviously, the Triple Revenge Vertihile is going to be big for you. Obviously, the Moore and the Haygang are going to be big for you. The trick is going to be actually just getting enough damage out. So what happens is, let's say you go out and you draft, they show CC against your first pick Dominic, and then you come out with something like Haygang, Moore, Vertihile, and let's just say Jemire. Where's your damage coming from? Because you don't have any reverse CC, you don't have anything that's really going to disrupt them other than maybe a Despair stun off the Moore or the Haygang. So if they ban the Dominic, you have no damage, and that's going to be your challenge. I think Carnell and Rakan both could play a role in those drafts. If the opponent gets really wind heavy, the Rakan in particular could be really useful there. So if you wind up getting like more Haygang, Rakan, Vertihile through, they strip you, the Haygang cleanses you, the Moore gets a little bit of pushback, you get some glancings, and then the Rakan can take over. So I think the Rakan actually has a lot of potential there. As far as how to Rune Yeager, I would probably put him on a bruiser build. I don't have him, so I do believe that you should test him on a few different builds. It's going to depend a lot on really the types of counters that you're seeing. So if people are countering your Jaeger instantly with really high damage, single target snipe, then you're going to need him to be much more bruisery so that he can survive longer. If they're not trying to counter your Jaeger, because I just don't know in this meta, I don't know how people will try and counter Jaeger because he's not seen all that often anymore. If they just kind of ignore the Jaeger and continue with their AoE style team, then I would get him in a higher damage build. And so I think you need to just test some builds with him a little bit, but where I would start him would be bruiser. So I'd want to see him, he's got this great high HP, right? And then on his skill 2, on his skill 2, he's got the ignore damage reduction effects, and then obviously he's got the damage stacking off the passive. What he does not have is anything that scales off of HP. I feel like his base stats are the one thing that kind of hold him back. Like, he needs an extra 100 attack on the base, 1,000 less HP, and he would be a more balanced unit. But with that said, I'd probably try and get him up somewhere around 30k HP, 1 to 1.2k defense total. Get him, as much crit rate as you can, probably a slot 4 crit rate instead of crit damage, and then get everything else into attack and just keep him speed tuned with your team. So there you go, Shmoo. That is the review of your RTA box, where I think your RTA box should be. I'm gonna go ahead and draw the next person now. So we've had the drawing open for a little while. Next up is going to be Justin. DSC Justin, congratulations, bro. You got it, sir. You got it. I feel like something like this would be awfully nice on the Jaeger. Something like this. No, he doesn't need the accuracy. Alright, so we are going to jump over to my account and jump off of Jaeger. Justin just messaged me in Discord. Let's go ahead and sell those runes for you. And let's see. Close this, open this. You are very welcome, Shmoo. Hopefully that was helpful. On a side note, bro, did you see? I haven't seen the movie yet, but I'm gonna watch it soon. Did you see Netflix just announced today that they are going to make a second Gray Man movie, and they are also going to make a spin-off movie. So they're gonna try and make Gray Man into an entire franchise. All right, bro. What are we doing for you today, Justin? Oh, where are you going, bro? All right, so Justin would like the same thing as Shmoo. Now, I think Justin was C3 last season. I know Shmoo is just starting RTA. C2 last season. C2 last season. Okay. All right, small RTA box. So same thing. Let's see if you have any LDs. Always want to start with your LDs and figure out if they can work in your box or not. Obviously, they can't always. So we've got the Gurkha who just got buffed. I remember we tried to make Gurkha work on your account. Now I remember. Yeah, I remember trying and failing. I remember trying and failing to make the Gurkha work on your account. I will say it was a little unclear exactly what his buff was. I couldn't tell if, I think he just goes +1 on the provoke and the defense break every time he attacks the enemy. It also could be like he gives longer defense breaks and provokes throughout the fight. I wasn't 100% clear on his buff. That makes this a little bit tricky. I'm gonna go read it one more time. So Justin says 2-turn provoke defense break now, but are you positive on that? Because I thought the reading of this was kind of weird. Like the way we read it, you know, sometimes Com2S stuff is kind of hard to decipher. So the duration of harmful effects you grant with stats will be increased by 1 turn each. Oh, that's on his passive. Okay. Never mind. Yeah, you're right, bro. You're right. I missed that was an effect added to the passive. So it's the duration of harmful effects that you grant with skills will be increased by 1 turn each. So that means that he cannot extend like a despair stun or something because that's not coming from skills. All right, that makes sense. So attacks the enemy and provokes for 1 turn with a 80% chance, so not a full activation rate. Attacks the enemy to provoke and decrease defense for 1 turn. That is full activation rate, so this will go to 2. Your attack bar fills up and you heal 20% if you get attacked during the turn of the provoked enemy. Alright. I think he is going to be interesting. The problem is that you will kind of have to play him as a full CC unit. Now, could we work him with Shizuka? Probably not, because then she would be provoking everybody onto herself. Looks like you got a new Mo Long. That'll work nicely. Obviously, these were some Special League monsters. Probably don't need most of these. Let's take, well, the Vertihile, of course, we need. Let's take these out. Miho will keep for all the reasons we just discussed. There's a good starting spot. Let's take a look at the rest of your box, and then let's see if we can figure out something that will make sense with the Gurkha. I also need to take a look at your speeds and see where you're at, because I think if we're going to try and play the Gurkha effectively, we may need him to be as part of a faster team because of that susceptibility to CC. So in your case, what we're gonna do, I'm just gonna click everything I think could work in any RTA team at all, and then we're gonna narrow the list down. So the Vigor actually can work in some RTA teams. I don't see him working in many teams with Burka, but he can still, he's not a dead pick in RTA. Chow also still can be used, not a crazy high win rate, but he can be used. Bastet obviously can be used. So you do have the Oliver and the Dominic. Yeah, that's gonna be probably the biggest thing. I feel like the Dominic and the Burka may be fighting for the same spot in your drafts. So I'm telling you, try the Leo Vertihile. What happens when I counter with Leo Vertihile, I think people believe I have Ragdoll. because they're changing their. It feels like they're changing their drafts when they open Masha and I immediately counter Leo Vertihile. I feel like they are afraid of me having Ragdoll, and I feel like that's actually what's going on. Is they're changing their entire drafts to draft like I have Ragdoll, and it's giving me a chance to counter pick without having to deal with the CC, and that's been giving me. It's been working for me for whatever reason. It's been working for me. Josephine, we're probably not going to keep in your box, but she is RTA viable. Thing is, she's such a brutal counter to Volantis. Like, anytime somebody has a Josephine ruined and I draft Volantis, I lose instantly. But she's not actually very good overall. She's very good against specific monsters. She crushes my only viable, one of my two only viable LD5s, and she absolutely crushes him. Kind of like Tetra used to dominate Nephthys and Gianna before things like Oni Cleaves and stuff came out. Yeah, Gianna Dom is pretty brutal. But then again, Gianna Masha, Gianna Oliver, also brutal, and we can only squeeze so many monsters into our box. Alright, definitely need it on Taurus. We have one Vertihile out. Definitely need the Rika and the Juno. Nice thing about Rika, you just throw her on slow Despair runes with some HP and resistance, and she's a niche pick, but she doesn't use any runes that anyone else cares about. Mei Hu Wang, another one. I don't think he's super in the meta right now because there's not enough CC stuff out. He can be absolutely dominant in some situations, but he needs kind of a big rune set. And because he needs a big rune set, it's hard to keep him ruined unless you're super deep. Obviously the Carnell. I think the Yogan still has a place in the meta, and he may actually be interesting with Burka. I don't know. Swiftbird actually could be useful, but let's see where we wind up with on your team, and then if we need to add a second bird, we can. I think just having one Verd in the box will be enough for us to kind of remember while we're theory crafting, and then if we need to add the second one, we can. Nora is kind of intriguing. I think she has a place in RTA, but I don't know if I know where that place is yet. Nora not skilled. We'll still leave her in there because this is about creating the goal of where you're gonna go. So we could drop her back out if she's not the right play, or we could just say she's gonna make it on your priority list for Devils. Ileana Burka. What would that look like? I always make a second lap through just in case I miss. But thank you for letting me know about the Oliver. Ileana Burka, that just feels intriguing to me. That does feel very intriguing to me. Aaliyah is going to be quite interesting with her buff. Aaliyah is actually going to be... She's going to have a place in RTA finally. I don't know if it's going to be a consistent place in RTA, but she will have a place. Wojo, I mean, Nora is OP for Siege defense, but Aaliyah is OP for Siege offense, and I think Aaliyah is going to have, like I was just talking about, I think Aaliyah is finally going to have a place in, RTA. So, although obviously for Siege defense purposes, you wish you had the Nora, I don't know that you necessarily took a bad choice there. I mean, Aaliyah is still, I would have called Aaliyah S tier before the buff. I use Aaliyah virtually every Siege. Yeah, Aaliyah is basically a Water Riley. She doesn't give immunity on her skill 3, but and she gives a regen on the skill 3 instead of an immediate heal, but she works amazingly well with monsters that defense scale. Wojo, so there's there's actually 3 comps you can use with Aaliyah. They're all Fang based, so it's going to be Fang Aaliyah +1. She works great in that 3rd spot with a Bruiser Nana, with a Bruiser damage dealt Velajul, or with Bruiser Mei Hu Wang, depending on what you're countering. The Mei Hu Wang is nice because he'll progressively build up his resistance, and then you of course run max resistance on the Fang and the Aaliyah. But the Mei Hu Wang is a big secondary damage dealer. The Velajul gives you cleanse and secondary damage, or the Nana gives you dirt protection in case like the max resistance doesn't save you from a turn 1 snipe. So it kind of depends on what you're going in against. But my preference in order is Fang Aaliyah Nana, followed by Fang Aaliyah Vela, followed by Fang Aaliyah Mei Hu Wang. Probably some other units would work there as well. Obviously, if you had something like an Artemil, that would be amazing there. I think Tyrannus can actually work there as well, but maybe not every match. So again, it's just kind of pivoting around in that third spot. But the Fang Aaliyah combination is just insane. It's just absolutely insane. All right, so this is where we're going to start with on your box. Let me make one more lap through, make sure I didn't miss anything. In particular, I don't see an Ethna. I don't know if you have her or not, but I want to make sure I didn't miss her. Like the Shihu potentially could go in there. So we just hit our 40. We definitely want to be lower than 40, but let's see if there's anything else I might have missed. Yeah, no worries, Wojo. No worries at all, bro. Kali could have a place if we went turn 1, but I don't know that we will. The Mei Hu Wang we talked about. Velajul, he doesn't do enough right now. It's still a good unit, but doesn't do enough right now. This girl could be really interesting. Bro, this could be so interesting with Gurkha. That could be so interesting with Gurkha. All right, let's get something out of your box. I think the Vigor was always going to be a stretch. The Vigor can go away. But Tomo Gurkha could be so interesting. So imagine, because Tomo, if you look at Tomo's skill set, right? So the Karma attacks the enemy to remove, so it's basically a strip into Karma, and she gains an instant turn. Skill 3 is an AoE and spreads all harmful effects on selected targets. That's an awesome question, Justin. I have absolutely no freaking idea. I have no idea. Let's test that out because that matters. That matters a lot. Let's just throw a couple of random units on defense. They hit her Cytech, so you've tested it before? Okay. It makes sense. It makes sense that they provoke to her. I actually still think that has potential though. Just an AoE provoke is still OP, especially when you combine it with the Karma. I actually think that still makes sense. The other thing is, when you put the Tomo Gurkha out there, a lot of times you create a really difficult ban choice between Tomo and Gurkha. And then again, Cytex just said Sagar, that's where I was gonna go to. I think you have a lot of synergy in your box with Tomo. I think the Tomo, especially let's say you get a Momo in there and then you can keep all the attacks away from Momo. I think the Tomo could really fit well, could really be interesting in your box. So, Shihu's your Leica counter, Chao is your fire counter. You might want to drop those, especially if we're looking more towards turn 1. Let's see if there's anything else here that's screaming drop me. I think the Belinus, and I think maybe the Nora, although Tomo Nora? Yeah, her S2 gives her her S2 gives her 100% attack bar, not an instant turn. I just meant it gives her another turn. We could probably drop the Zing Zang. The Ileana Gurkha is really intriguing. Well, it actually doesn't mean on the next tick because the opponents could be over 100% attack bar. It just means 100% attack bar. But if she's fast enough, she can get back in front of them. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, like you said, if you stack the ticks well. Alright, did we put Tomo in the box? Yeah, we did. Alright, so right now we've got 6, 12, 18, 24, 34, 39. So we're at 39. I feel like this is a really big box. Alright, let's figure out if your box can handle Swift. 28, 24, 24, 21. So there's some big drop off there. Yeah, the next one's open, Trendy. Next one's open. 25, 25, 24. Yeah, you're going to be struggling on. You're going to be struggling on Swift. I think you can put 1 or 2 Swift builds in, but you can't actually run Swift. And then, yeah, so the Despair is actually faster than the Swift. And I'm assuming Bio is probably a little deeper, 26, 25. Actually, maybe not. Probably in the same ballpark. 19, 18. Okay, so I feel like you probably want to have the Tomo. You probably want to be on a mix of Bio and Despair. So you want to play like a turn 1.5 team. So we have the Tomo speed lead. Do we have other speed leads in the box right now? We have the Oliver and the Tomo. We need at least one more speed lead in this box. Ideally. I mean, if we don't have it, we don't have it. But the ideal would be one more speed lead. So, okay, you've got CR. So we'll throw CR in. Or did I? No, I didn't flag her. So we'll throw the CR in. And actually, CR Tomo also very interesting. I think that's where I really want to see you going, is some combination of Ciara, Tomo, Oliver, Burka. Ciara, Tomo, Oliver, Burka, +1. The +1 could be Sagar, it could be Nora, it could be anything that gives Ciara. Well, so Oliver, okay, no, Oliver doesn't strip. What up, Rob? We got one more drawing left. You don't necessarily have to have strips if the opponent doesn't bring immunity. And you're playing, yeah, but no, for that team you really do have to have strips, right? Well, I'm saying Ciara, Tomo, Oliver. I'm sorry. It's Ciara or Oliver is your secondary speed lead, and you don't always need a secondary speed lead. You just sometimes need it. So your core is actually Tomo, Burka. This is where it helps a lot to put a lot of stuff in a spreadsheet, because you'll have a more complicated team. But I think your core is Tomo, Burka. Yeah, you will get CC cleaved a lot. There's only... So the goal here for me, I feel like your first pick is probably off the Tomo. I think by having the Burka, the Tomo gives you some good pivot options. So that's always the first thing you want to look at, is where do you start with your first pick, right? So I think if they try and contest you with speed, we still have the segment. You'll have double speed leads into the segment, and then you'll have the triple revenge vertihile. So you can put them to, you can, and did you have Haygang or no? No Haygang, huh? Yeah, it's tough not having the Haygang. But I think at least you can still force them into a tough choice. So if you first pick the Tomo, you're gonna have, so you can first pick Tomo or you can first pick Oliver. I like the Tomo more because I don't think you necessarily have to have Oliver in every draft. I like the concept of Tomo Burka. Now, I'm not telling you that this is gonna be the best team ever. I think this is what I would try if I had Burka. He's about to get buffed, and we want to see if he's going to be effective. So obviously, let's talk about what you should try to see if Burka can be effective, and then let's talk about what you would do if Burka doesn't work out, right? So to see if Burka can be effective, you would have a Tomo Burka, kind of a 1-2 punch. We've got the Yogun and the Chung for strip options. Yeah, I mean, if you don't have Tomo skilled up, you just try it in Goodwill and get a feeling for if it's got potential. But you've got a lot of stuff that's going to synergize here. So in terms of, you know, the Tomo Burka 1-2, double strips coming from the Haygang and the Yogun, I really wish you had more. More would make this so much more effective because he would play as your second speed lead. Did you have Chiwu? We could make this work with Chiwu, same thing. I might have bypassed the Chiwu. Because I wasn't originally thinking we were going to go with the more aggressive team. No Chiwu no more. Yeah, so that's kind of the biggest things you would be helped with by so much would be Chiwu, more, any of the three, really. Chiwu, more, or Heigang. Probably in the order, I would actually want to see it Heigang, more, Chiwu, in that order. Not that you can pick your summons, but that's really, I feel like, the three that would help a lot. I know you did have Gemini, but I don't think Gemini is going to work for us here. And I think you had Triton, right? You had Triton. Maybe that was Shmoo. Maybe I saw Triton in Shmoo's box. Okay, I guess that was Shmoo's box. Oh, you do it? Okay, he was 35. So Triton also has application with Tomo and Burka. A little bit, not as much, but Triton gives you that extra. Triton's probably where your second fastest Swift set goes. I think the fastest Swift set goes on Sekhmet. Generally, if you're worried about being CC cleaved, you want to put them to a choice between letting through the triple Revenge Bird or the Sekhmet with a speed lead. And then Tomo gives you that ability to cut in and put Karma on there. So I don't think it's going to win 100% of the time, but I think it's viable. Jack Trippity becoming a channel member. Jack, thank you very much for becoming a channel member, man. Really appreciate it, bro. Thank you very much. Do me a favor, Jack, if you're not in our Discord server, in Discord, just do an @moderators and let them know who you are. They'll give you access to some additional channels in the Discord server as well, some supporter chats. Jack Trippity becoming a channel member. Thank you very much, bro. Really appreciate it, man. But yeah, that's where I would start your core, bro. I would start with the Tomo Burka, and then obviously you're gonna need a couple of strips. It could be Yoga and Chung. Juno also could be really interesting there. So especially with Juno getting that slight buff, possibly the Chung Juno would even work better together, except for the fact, of course, that neither of these are 100% strips. So that's where that gets a little bit tricky, but having the strip built in on the Tomo S2 could be really helpful too, because it gives you that one extra backup strip option. So I think all of those would be interesting. The Shizuka plays in well. If they try and counter you with a Volantis or something that stuns, the Josephine does really have some application here. If they go on Taurus against you, the Chow has some application. I feel like overall, this is probably a very solid box. It's also a deep one. I don't know that you can ruin this many monsters. So if I had to drop something, probably my first choice to drop would be the Xingzhe. My second choice would be the Ileana. I really just want to see how Ileana works with Burka. I think the Ileana Burka is kind of interesting. And then the Aaliyah not being skilled up, I don't think the Aaliyah is going to make as much difference for your box. Aaliyah Burka is really interesting though, bro. Imagine Burka with a defense buff and all that CC and then regen. Ileana Gurkha would be basically just putting invincibility and immunity on Gurkha while he's got everything provoked. They would keep hitting him. I guess he would actually cycle out of the invincibility though, wouldn't he? Now that I think about it, yeah, I guess he would cycle out of the invincibility too fast. Probably doesn't make enough sense. He self-heals from every provoke, but his issue is CC, right? Once he gets stunned, you lose that cycle of provoke. So I was just thinking that extra protection on him prevents him from getting turn 1 stun, you know, for monsters that have stun or some other CC on, well, yeah, like sleep from Owusa, prevents him from getting CC'd. But I think he cycles out of the invincibility too quick, so the Ileana actually does not seem like she would work in second thought. And then you do have the Molong. Yeah, we've got the Molong. So my first choice for you would definitely be trying this Tomo Burka with double strips and then a 5th pick based on really whatever makes sense on the draft. If you need a second speed lead, Oliver is our first choice, CR is our second. If you don't need the second speed lead, I would also test Nora as the stripper, by the way. Keeping in mind the Tomo, Nora, like all the provokes. So you've got Sagar, Tomo, Nora, you've got all these provokes, but the Nora also gives you a little bit of S1 heal. So I would experiment with some combinations of that. Tomo, Burka, and then try different combinations of the strippers you have. You can also actually go with Sagar Sekhmet. So if you think about it like this, if we're trying to set up for the Burka, the Tomo would be kind of toxic with the Sekhmet, because Sekhmet doesn't have 100% activation rate on skill 2, but the Tomo would spread out everything, making sure that all those Sekhmet buffs stick. Excuse me. Beyond that, you have single target strip, single target strip, single target strip off the Tomo. So now, if you run Tomo, Sekhmet, Sagar, and this is, having your best Swift set on the Sekhmet with the speed lead on the Tomo, you have 3 strips to set up for the Burka, and then you have the ability to do something like an Oliver, like a Dominic, which is going to give you that big damage output. So I think there's a few different ways that you could go trying to set the Burka up. I would try with the AoE strips. I would try with the single target strips. I very much like his synergy with Tomo in all of these comps. That's where I would be testing. Now, if the Burka winds up not being that great, if this doesn't work, because this is all theorycraft, who knows? If this doesn't work, then you're going to drop the Burka, and you're probably going to drop the Tomo as well. And then I think you just go to something a little bit more traditional. You've got Molong, Bulwark, Icarus. You've got Dominic. So this box that we have set up right now, it has all the monsters that you would still use for a more traditional turn 1.5, turn 2 team. And at that point, I think you have all the keys necessary to do kind of more of a bruiser team. So I think you would just run Dominic first pick, and then you would do your pivots based on what the opponent brings out. I think the Tomo still has some use in terms of, I think the Tomo still has some use in terms of maybe trying to cut CC teams. Possibly you could even run her on like a triple Nemesis build, because she'd give you speed lead, she could cut and then strip in and put that Karma on one of their units. So I don't know that the Tomo necessarily has to get dropped out, and I think Burka on triple Revenge also could really mess up CC teams. So obviously in this initial build, I want the Burka on Bio. Like when we're talking about you trying to take over and spread everything out, putting the Burka on Bio, that's going to get us out of CC. That's going to get us the ability to provoke multiple units. It's going to give us a little bit of protection against resistance. So the Burka build that you would run with the Burka Tomo comp would be Bio. The Burka build that you would run if you move over to a Dominic, Molong, more traditional turn 2 comp would then be triple Revenge, and he would be used as one of your counters to CC. So I think your pivot there then, like if you wind up having to go with Dominic as first pick, if the Burka Tomo doesn't work, then you would go Dominic first pick, and if they try and run CC, your pivot could be like a Nemesis Tomo with a triple Revenge Burka combined with your fast Sekhmet and triple Revenge Verd, something like that to deal with CC. Obviously, there could be some places in there for Josephine and Nana, depending on what kind of comp they're running as well. I'll be honest, I think you're missing a couple of key units to really try and get into G1, because, man, it is freaking Lima Gianna every fight in G1 right now. I don't know exactly what your rune depth is either, but my instinct was that you're going to struggle to rune a 40 monster box, so you're going to have fewer pivots. I think you have C3 potential. I think you have strong C3 potential, and then I think maybe if all the matchups go just right for you, you could get into G1, but I feel like you really need that Hey Gang, because I think you don't have enough to deal with... I think you don't have enough right now to deal with... enough variety of teams. Like, how are you going to deal with facing Lima Gianna every fight when you don't have Hey Gang? That's going to be really difficult for you, especially because you don't have the crazy Swift. So, I like to be honest. I think you have C3 potential. G1 does feel like a long shot to me. If you pull Hey Gang, I think G1 is still a long shot because you don't have the rune depth yet. Like, just not wanting to lie or give you false hope, but I think you need the Hey Gang to really have that long shot for G1. Right now, I think C3 is probably the realistic target. So there you go, bro. That's where we stand. The Veramos, by the way, in your box, triple Nemesis. I'll just show you my Veramos build. Is that the correct one? No, let's do this. This is my Veramos build. So something like this. Oh wait, am I on which screen? Yeah, I'm on the right screen. Something like this, I would probably test. Veramos really been very effective for me. I think my win rate with Veramos is somewhere around 80%, and one of those losses was a really bad drafted pick on my spot. So been very effective for me. I do feel like I have too much defense on my Vero. Doesn't always cut when I want him to cut. And I probably need to adjust the build a little bit. But overall, the build works. It just, if I could drop like 200 defense and maybe add 20 speed, I think that would be more effective of a build. Sorry guys, got something in my throat. Alright, so we are going to log out of Justin's account. By the way, Giovanni McNally becoming a channel member. Giovanni, so sorry I didn't say something right in the moment when you became a channel member. Giovanni, thank you very much for becoming a channel member, man. Really appreciate it, bro. If you would, if you're in our Discord server, you can do an @ moderators in any of the channels. Let them know who you are. They'll give you access to some additional channel. They'll give you access to some additional supporter channels in Discord as well. I'm gonna flash how you enter the drawing one more time into chat. So you only need 1 point. You should have that point. For the members, it's only 1 point to enter in. And so feel free to enter in. We're gonna be drawing the next person here in just a moment. All right, Justin, I am logged out of your account. You are very welcome, bro. You're very welcome. Let me know how it goes. I'll be rooting for you. I feel like the Tomo Burka really feels like it could be kind of toxic for me. Justin with the super chat saying, thanks, XG. C3, here I come. Bro, thank you very much for the super chat, man. Really appreciate it, bro. Good luck, man. I'm really curious to know how it's gonna go. I'm genuinely curious to know how it's gonna go. I feel like it's got a lot of potential. Nice counter. I mean, I'll be honest, I had G2 Special League while I was still C2 RTA. it's a big gap. Less people play Special League, but the biggest thing is you don't have to deal with LD5s in Special League. And that really makes a huge difference. I got lucky there. That Beelzebub was a terrible pick. It forced me to ban the Oliver. That was such the wrong pick right there. That was seriously such the wrong pick. I got lucky he banned it. He should have let it through because the Daphnis could reset me with the skill too. And forced me to ban the Oliver. That was a bad pick. I think I still probably lose to this Bulwark though. I'm gonna have problems with this Bulwark. I have no strip. Ooh, that was potentially huge. So he'll snipe, right? He'll snipe. And then let's just put a little damage here. I have no choice but to stack this Bulwark. This is gonna need a miracle. Crit? Oh, that was kind of a luck sack. Not gonna lie, that was definitely kind of a luck sack. Okay, this was a huge luck sack. This was just a huge luck sack, man. That was such a huge luck sack. That was dirty. I feel dirty. I need to go take a shower after that win. That was bad. All right, I'm gonna go take a shower now. I'm gonna take a quick restroom break, and then I'm gonna draw the next winner. Let me get this on screen. I will be right back, guys, and then we're gonna draw the next winner. So make sure you get into the drawing if you are not in yet. Giovanni, I do not see you entered into the drawing, by the way, below. So I know you wanted to get in. I'll make sure you get your entry in. I'll be right back, guys. Endless cycle here, man. Endless cycle. I got something in my throat today, so I'm chugging water so that I can kind of talk and project on, and then because I'm chugging water, it's hitting me. Oh, there you go. I think I needed that speed grind. Where did I need that speed grind? Something I just did. It was a build I gemmed. It was a gem that I just put on today, and I didn't have the grind. Who's it on though? Him. Yep. Yeah, that's ugly. Just sell that. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I get luck sacked harder than that. You know, it kind of balances out. But you know, I'll be honest. Like when I luck sack somebody, I'll try and be honest, and I luck sacked him really bad there. Okay, Giovanni, I do see you in now, so we're gonna go ahead and do the drawing, and this way I can get the information while I'm doing this wing. So, the next winner is Rob Plum. Rob Plum, or Rob PK. Rob PK, congratulations, bro. Can I bulwark this? I would like this more, actually. Now I can bulwark it, unless he bulwarks me. I want to ban the Dominic, and then he has limited damage. But no, I think the Wusa, is the Wusa the ban here? It's actually a pretty solid draft on his part. Ban the Dominic. If I ban the Dominic, okay, what if I go Volantis here? Now he'll ban Volantis, right? Volantis is a force ban. Can he kill anything here? No, he can't kill anything here though. So I have time before the Nana stacks. He doesn't ban the Volantis. Wow. Okay. Jack, I'll probably do one more. I'll probably do one more drawing today. I'm actually going to commit to one more. We're moving through them pretty quick. I normally can only get 3 of these, but we're going to do a 4th today. So. Okay, that was not good for me. Okay, let's just keep going into the Molong a little bit. He gets S2, S3. Does he get the kill? Yeah, he gets the kill. Oh, he goes into the Masha. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, so he's not going to take the kill yet. Does Verd get the dismount? No, Verd does not. Okay. So we get the heal here. Have a chance now. Bellfire, you are not in, bro. You are not in. Oh, I should have stunned the Woosa! I should have stunned the Woosa. I'm so fixated on not letting the Molong get his Reckless out. Well, I get the stun right here, right? I get the stun right here. Still a bad play, though. Because I would have rather put the Julienne into the Woosa instead of the other way around. Sorry, I would have rather put the Julienne into the Molong. Ah! He runs my kind of Verd, Resistance Verd. I should not have hit the Verd right there. That was dumb. Am I in front of this Woosa? I am in front of the Woosa, so I can finally dismount. Actually, I cannot. I'm not in front of the Woosa. Thought I was, but I was not. Still, it took him a long time to get that dismount there. I have a chance here. I actually have I have more of a chance than it looks like, honestly. Woosa resisting the Volantis on turn 1 really messed me up. But to be fair, I probably should have held the Volantis. Need to proc at some point. I've basically had no it feels like I've had no procs this match. I don't remember, like, seriously having any procs this match. It's a Violent Nana, huh? Okay. Guess I'm not gonna proc. All right, well, I don't know. I think it wasn't as bad of a luck sack, but basically that luck sack that I had the match before, that kind of turned around, and I got a little luck sack there because I do feel like I should have won that one. All right, so Rob, you gotta message me the info, bro. I thought you were messaging me the info. Okay, Balefire, you are in. So I have Andrew Gore, Michael Soner, Trendy, Balefire, Wojo, and Vlad in for the next drawing. Okay, we got Rob's info. Getting logged in while we do the draft. Try Dominic first pick again. I feel like I do better with the Riley first pick. Oh, ouch. We're gonna want Veramos Beelzebub last 2. I don't have either of those ruined at the moment, Bale. Yeah, no worries, Rob. Okay. think the Leo was the wrong pick here. Oh, he's banning the Leo, so I'm good. Okay. I was gambling on him banning the Leo. Like when I first drafted Leo, I was like, okay, maybe he'll ban Leo and I'll be good. But if he doesn't ban the Leo, I lose the Douglas solos. Oh, he had enough attack bar boost there, huh? Not completely enough, but this is gonna be close. For that reason right there, that's why this is gonna be close. Okay, let's get you done first because Masha just used her skill. Let's do this. Brand, get the brand. Okay, cool. Aha! You didn't think my Verg would be able to do that, did you? Now he's got to target the Verg. Why would you do that? That's weird. All right, Rob, I'm still waiting for the code, bro. Messaged you. I need the code in order to log in. I also need to know what we're doing, Rob. So. Or if you're not around, we can set this up for another stream, and we can draw the next winner. Let me know, Rob, what works best for you. This counter has not been working great for me. I need to figure out a better counter. Okay, so Rob would like the same thing, RTA box review. And we are logged in now, so we'll switch over after this wing. So he wants to ban the Bulwark? If I ban the Oliver, am I faster? My win rate with Cadiz is next to 0. We're just gonna try this. Vlad, we have one more drawing. My win rate with Cadiz is seriously like next to 0, but we're gonna try this. We're gonna see if it can work. Thought process here is try and snipe the Momo, strip into Brand, set up the Bulwark and the Dominic. That's actually good for me. Can the Fran kill me? Yeah, the Fran gets the kill. Trendy, you are in, yes. was unlucky that the it was unlucky that the Wusa activated, but lucky that I resisted. Although I still have my cleanse, right? Yeah. Oh, he got the resistance, and he got the defense break, and he's gonna proc right here. Cadiz is dead. I feel it. Oh, he didn't try and load the orbs. Huh. Dude, that's a freaking crit damage Fran or what? Fran got every kill that match. Fran got every kill that match. that was something. That was something. Alright, well, is what it is. Yeah, I cannot win with Cadiz, man. I seriously cannot win with Cadiz. I think my win rate, he's my lowest win rate monster this season. I think he's like 18, 20%, somewhere around there. Alright, so we are on Rob's account. You guys can't see that because I didn't switch windows. Here we go. We are on Rob's account. Rob is looking for us to do the same thing as last couple, kind of set up the RTA box for the upcoming season. So we'll go through the same process. Probably won't repeat it quite as much. Obviously, Nyx is going to be in there. And then do we have Sagar or anything that's going to synergize well with Nyx? That would be nice. Nora would probably go well with Nyx. Ciara would go well with Nyx. Tomo Nyx doesn't really make as much sense. I don't know. 3-turn Karma? 3-turn Karma? Okay, Laika, Tiana, Rocky, Minato. Yeah, I just can't make him work. So we have Laura. We're not going to do anything with Laura. She's just not good, unfortunately. But the Nyx is awesome. Nyx is definitely good. All right, so for the monsters out, I think that's everything that I would put in an RTA box. Tiana, theoretically, depending on what you play. But let's see if there's... let's see what your speed looks like. 32 looks nice. 27 speed Swift Rune, 26 speed Swift Rune, those are solid. 27, 26, 26. So you're not slow. You're not blazing fast, but you're not slow. There's a lot of depth, a lot of 24 speed runes. 27, 6, 6. Okay, if we go Swift though, that's more painful. Okay. 20, oh yeah, okay. So we're not running any kind of Swift. We're not running any kind of Despair, so you haven't really done much in the way of Giants farming. Okay. Gonna be hard to get a good build on Nyx, because he kind of needs to be Despair. But we could do him Slow Bruiser if you're running everything around 200. Does that make sense, though? Does that make sense? Alright, well the Tiana definitely doesn't need to be here. So Tiana would be nothing more than a bluff. The Chow could be in there. Chow could be in there. Amarna doesn't fit. Minato doesn't fit. Like is not worth building at that point. Belial I don't really think fits, but I mean we'll take a look. I mean I know he got the non-glancing buff and all, but I don't think he's doing enough yet for your type of team. The Vanessa definitely fits. Vanessa Rakan. So if you were on earlier, I explained all the rationale behind that, but it's basically just defending against cleaves. The Vanessa Rakan definitely will fit. Daphnis, I don't think we have the speed to run Daphnis, actually. You could run him as a Nemesis trap, but that hasn't felt very effective most of this season. Halfish Shren. Shren is kind of intriguing, but probably not the right fit. We need the Miho. Okay, and then do we have anything else down here that's like partially built? The Jemire could be a consideration. The Aaliyah is probably going to be a nice fit for you because I think I saw Fang in there, and judging from where we're at in the box, definitely wanting to be on a turn 2 team, I think the Aaliyah is going to be a good fit. Okay, we do have Bulwark. Yeah, so you already pretty much had your box where it needed to be, going with the Molong Bulwark. Tyrannus is awfully hard to use in the current meta, man. He's just really, really hard to use because everything freaking resets. So monsters that are weak to reset are going to be tough. It's like your best finish is C1, past record. Well, you didn't really do any wings. So this season you're getting more into it. Holding a solid C1, looking good. All right. There's not a ton of fire in the meta right now, but everybody asks me how you counter Masha. One way to counter Masha is Chow. Honestly, Chow can dismount a Masha. He can do crazy damage. He's got attribute advantage. It can be tough to find a good spot for him, but I do think that Chow has a role in your box. Now, you do have the Masha. You do not have the Dominic, who's been all the rage right now, right? So let's start off with trying to figure out what your first pick should be. The problem for me is I'm not so positive that Masha's going to fit great into your box, or into your drafts, I should say. But, of course, we have Riley, we have the Molong Bulwark, we have Laika, we have the Icarus. So you have the Molong Bulwark Icarus core. We have the Nyx. Now the question is, I think now that I'm looking more at the box, I see why the Nyx wasn't there. Tomo Nyx is not terrible, and honestly, Tomo Molong Bulwark, like I think Tomo is just a really underrated unit. I actually thought Tomo was a decent unit before the last buffs, and I think Tomo's a really strong unit now. If I had to pick between Tomo or Chung for your team, I think I would actually pick the Tomo. Because Tomo gives you a speed lead and locks down a single unit. And you're playing, when you're doing Molong Bulwark, you're playing more of a lockdown one unit type of team. I think that speed lead could be really helpful, especially because you do have the Sekhmet. I want to make sure, let me go through your box one more time, make sure I didn't miss anything. Yeah, there's one that I missed, the Lulu. Ariel, Tetra, we have the Samoth. Have the Chloe. Chloe actually might not be bad for your box. Like I know I've bypassed Chloe on a couple of other boxes, but one of the things I always try and keep in mind is how many units can really be ruined with effective quality. So because we have a smaller box for you, the Chloe may have a spot in your box. When somebody has 30 monsters in their box, I feel like the Chloe doesn't have as much of a spot. Also, I feel like a lot of times Chloe is not always the best pick. So if you have a really big box, it can be harder to find spots to put Chloe into the draft. But if you have a smaller box, then Chloe makes a lot of sense sometimes. I don't think the Savannah fits your box really at all. I don't think the Escher or the Laura fit your box. So I think that covers everything. So this is what, 6, 12, 18, 24, 29 monster box. Yeah, so in a 29 monster box, I do think the Chloe has a role, and then I think what the Chloe's role is, it probably takes away the Lulu role. Because you're only going to have so many sets of support runes, right? Riley's going to be on your best set. Wusa or Riley will be on your two best support sets, right? And then you usually want to have like 4 supports. I put a second Triana in there by mistake. We only need 1 Triana. So your Triana is on a different kind of set. I wouldn't run the crit damage Triana. I feel like maybe this is a leftover from Specialty. The Triana I like to run, especially when you have Molong, is going to look a little bit more like this. And this is basically an anti-cleave Triana. So most of the time I use Triana, it's just for anti-cleave, and she's just intended to be strong enough to take 1 or 2 hits from anything. And then I also put her on Nemesis so that she can't be dash missed. I feel like the Ciara fits well in your box. Like if you're running a Molong Bulwark core, something like Diana's going to fit better because you're either going to be controlled, in which case you're not taking turn 1. If you're getting controlled, you're not going to take turn 1. So the Ciara is not going to really give you much chance. Like if you're running at 200 speed, the 24 speed lead's not going to change things when you're getting outsped. And then if you're running turn 2, the only strip you're going to have in most of your drafts is going to be the Molong. So Diana gives you a secondary strip where Ciara gets shut down by immunity. I probably honestly would drop Ciara out of your box entirely. I will leave her here just in case. I mean, it doesn't hurt to have her runes, but I would not prioritize her runes. The Jameyer, kind of the same thing. I flagged him as a possibility for your box, thinking about the Nyx, but I don't think you have enough AoE debuff style units. The Nyx is going to be hard to get him to make sense, honestly, and I think you were probably running CR. Well, see, the thing is you didn't have Nyx ruined, right? Because you could have been running CR Nyx. CR Nyx is a pretty toxic combination. You get the strip into one-turn bombs. You can create some really interesting force bands with that grouping. But you don't have the speed to back it up. And then CR would need to be in kind of a different kind of build. She'd need a lot more attack because those bombs need to be big. And then with the CR kind of mini nerf coming up, I don't know if that team will be as effective or not. I think something like, I think Nyx Recon actually would be stronger for you than CR and Nyx, because it would let you, you're running slower, but you're running, you know, big bruiser monsters, 41k on the Mo Long, kind of my style of builds, right? 40k, or actually 51k on the Mo Long, 42k on the Bulwark. So the Recon's going to fit better for those longer fights. And then I think Nyx Recon can be pretty toxic. Extending that provoke even longer, plus it gives you double strip. Yeah, Laura, I saw Laura. We don't want Laura in your box. Nyx is amazing. Laura is amazingly bad. we don't need an extra stripper in your box either. I think the Nyx Recon is actually quite an interesting combination, and I like that much more than the CR. So since Rune depth is always something to consider, I would drop the CR from the box here, and I would probably look at Nyx Recon Tomo. Now that's not what I would make your core. I think you're already running the correct core in the Molong Bulwark. I think that's your runes. Like when I see the runes, I see that you've got the efficiency and the HP and the depth, right, to run. I mean, you're running slow, but that's okay. The builds are solid. Now, I think the Aaliyah definitely will have a place in your box because Molong and Bulwark don't need attack buffs. And one thing about Aaliyah is that she actually stacks Bulwark faster than Riley does, and she synergizes really, really well with the Tyrannus and the Fang. Now, again, the Tyrannus, I don't think you can run him that often, but I think you can run him on occasion. And I think you can run the Fang quite often because water is kind of the meta, and you'll find people, especially if they steal your Molong and you're kind of struggling on your pivots without the Molong because you don't have Dominic, Fang can be a really effective counter. If you ban the Molong and you keep the Fang alive, he can solo. As a matter of fact, I want to show you guys a fight, if I still have it in my replays. This was kind of an awesome replay. Now, I'll be honest, I had some bad RNG at the start, and then I had some good RNG at the end, where this match could not have happened. Is this the one? No, it was later. Well, let me show you guys. This is just a disgusting Fang solo. It's just a disgusting Fang solo. Might have scrolled out. Might have scrolled out. It scrolled out. I'm sure these are newer lanes. It's unfortunate. Yeah, it scrolled out. It scrolled out. Alright, never mind. Won't show you guys the replay. But Fang definitely can still be good in RTA. And I think Aaliyah is going to make Fang better. Because Fang doesn't really need the Riley attack buff. Now that Aaliyah is going to have a cleanse, even though she doesn't get the immunity that the Riley has, the regen makes the Bulwark stack faster. So I think she'll definitely be a good fit. I don't know that I would necessarily rush to skill up the Belial because I think Aaliyah takes precedence and I think Tomo takes precedence. So the main thing here with the Belial, I think he actually does fit your box. I don't think Belial's bad. But I think you have two monsters that need to be skilled up in front of him. And then we didn't even look to see if everything in the box is skilled up. Hopefully it all is, but if you have anything else in your box, yeah, so like the Bulwark definitely would be skilled up before Belial because he's part of your core, and that skill 1 strip can be huge. I would definitely skill up the Bulwark. I would probably go Aaliyah, Bulwark, Tomo, and then work the Tomo in later. The Vertihile, Fusion this last one, especially if this is your farming Vertihile. Get the Fusion on the last skill. I think the cool time, like leaving the cool time down, that was like a thing from years ago before he got buffed. Chloe, you can skill this. I mean, she does HP scaling damage. You can scale that up all 3 stars, farmable 3 stars. Yeah, so you're gonna have issues with Oliver either way. Yeah, you're just gonna have issues with Oliver. Now the Nyx could help you against the Oliver. If the Nyx can get in there and get a turn, which, by the way, is there harmful effect here? Just damage, okay. If the Nyx can get in there and get a turn, the Nyx can mess up the Oliver because he can strip into skill reset, and then with the despair stuns, he can mess things up. I think the Nyx does have a role in your team. As far as Masha, I would try the Chow. I think the Chow could help you against the Masha. He does not have Nora Taylor, and he does not have Sagar. I checked for both. His best pairing here, I think, is going to be Nyx Rakan. I think the best pairing for the Nyx build is Nyx Rakan, but I actually feel like the Molong Bulwark will play better. Bulwark is just really strong right now, so's Molong. Nyx Rakan is vulnerable to a lot of accuracy checks, and because of the speed that you're playing at, like if you're playing faster, I might say go Nyx Rakan, but because you're playing slower, I like the Molong Bulwark. Now, I think for a first pick, you probably... The Masha doesn't fit great. Where do we go first pick for you? That's gonna be the big thing. I almost wanna say that you first pick Bulwark. I really do. I don't love almost any of your first pick options. And the thing is, we want to leave you with the ability to pivot a little bit. And we don't want to just, because I mean, it'd be easy to just say first pick Wusa, but that choreographs your draft and it begs people to control you. It's just inviting them to draft Oliver and Chung against you. We don't really want to do that. But if you first pick Masha, I don't know how your draft rounds out. So you're going to wind up with something like Masha, Molong, Bulwark, one sustain unit, probably the Aaliyah, and then one more pivot pick. Taylor, I'm not sure how the Vanessa buff is going to play out yet, but I don't know that I feel like Vanessa needs just stupid strong runes to be effective. I think Vanessa could wind up making her way into some more G3 drafts, but I don't know that she's going to play well in Fighter and Conqueror because she just needs so many stats. And I mean, the buff is interesting, but she can still be reset. So there's still so much reset in the game. It's not like Nana that works off a passive. The fire is nice because she's going to be harder for Chung to reset her, harder for Oliver to reset her, but it could bring Oki back as a possible counter. And then you still have monsters like Sekhmet and Sagar that can single target reset her, and then she's just a completely dead pick. So even if you are going to run Vanessa in your core, I don't think you can bring her first pick because I think you're just inviting reset. And if you're trying to play a Molong Bulwark style of team, you don't want to invite your opponent to control you. That's the problem. I think it has to be Masha. Looking at your box, I think it has to be Masha as your first pick because you don't have a wind damage threat. Riley invites them to steal your Bulwark. Molong invites them to CC you, so does Wusa, and honestly so does Bulwark. Juno just isn't going to fit great into your team. Plus, Juno needs to be picked after they pick debuffers. Fang Triana don't make sense. Icarus doesn't make sense. Diana absolutely needs to be fit. You need to finish skilling up the Diana. The skill 1 stun is so important as a part of Diana's kit. Bro, Vlad, congrats on the Mustang, man. That is awesome, man. Huge congrats on the Mustang, bro. Okay, Tyrannus is not deviled, and Tyrannus already was kind of weak, so we're going to drop Tyrannus out of your box. Yeah, so I think, Rob, for you, my recommendation is to go Masha first pick, put her in a Bruiser build. Let's see what her runes look like. Yeah, put Masha in a Bruiser build. I know it's going to be hard to match the rune quality and so forth, but you want the build to look something like this, and then just maybe less attack if you don't have the attack, right? And then less speed also, because you've got her in a crazy fast set. I guess while you're in Fighter and maybe Conqueror 1, you're probably not seeing a ton of Will runes, but while Will is fading out of the meta, it's not completely gone. I do like the fast Masha. I mean, I like the fast Masha that you've got here, but I feel like you're giving up too many stats because people target her first. So if you could run her at that speed without giving up the HP, I would be cool with it. but I feel like she needs at least 6-7k more HP, or you're probably just getting dismounted way too fast. Like if you watch that last fight, how long he spent to get my Masha dismounted, and had he not gotten a lot of the RNG that he got, the fact that my Masha didn't dismount, I should have won that match. But your Masha would have just been dismounted in a couple of hits, and then she's taken out of the fight. So if you could get this speed or drop 20 speed and get the extra HP in its place, like at this speed, you could honestly, like, what would this look like? What if we just went HP over speed? That's something like this. Yeah, it's probably not good enough. Yeah, you need a better slot 2 HP Rune. Probably need to run her through the optimizer. But yeah, that would be my thought on this, is go first pick Masha, get her a little bit beefier, and then from there that's going to allow you to pivot. So if the opponent shows some sort of CC, you can kind of semi-bluff with the you go with the Nyx and the Tomo, and it's like a semi-bluff. You might actually intimidate them to pivot into a turn 2 team and let you finish up with something like the Molong Bulwark, or depending on what they draft. Or if they stick with the CC, at least you've got the Nyx and the Tomo, which can both cut in. You might consider running the Nyx or the Tomo on Nemesis, because you'd be using them as pivot picks. And then as far as the rest of the time goes, your goal, your ideal team would be something like Masha, Molong, Bulwark, Aaliyah +1. So Rob, there you go. Those are my thoughts on your box, bro. I think that when that +1 is Fang, by the way, if the opponent goes water heavy, you're just going to absolutely dominate. Masha, Molong, Aaliyah, Bulwark, Fang, that's your dream comp. That's your dream comp. Icarus will have a role in there as well sometimes. You know, everything here has kind of a role, but your dream comp is going to be that... actually, your dream comp is when the opponent first picks and shows Bruiser. Your dream comp is when the opponent first picks Wusa, because then you get Molong, Bulwark, Aaliyah, Fang +1, and that's going to be even stronger. But this is where I would go. This is where I would go if I were you, and I would definitely test out the Tomo Nyx and then the Rakan. I think the Tomo Nyx Rakan could be a really interesting comp for you. All right, guys, we are going to pick the last one now. We're going to do the last giveaway now. Let me get this close. Let's get logged out of Rob's account. All right, we are logged out of Rob's account. So at the end of this wing, guys, at the end of this wing, I'll be picking the last one. I will tell you guys who we have. We have Andrew, Michael, Trendy, Balefire, Wojo, Vlad, Jack, Giovanni, and Dylan in the current drawing. You got it, Rob. Good luck on the C2, man. Good luck on the C2. Definitely, I feel like Nyx is so good, man. Nyx is so good. You got to find a way to get him in there. It's a really nice set on the Masha, by the way. 190 Vio is absolutely nuts. It's a nice set on her. I just feel like she needs a little bit more HP. Kinky, huh? I feel like I could Fang or Dominic this. Also maybe Tessa. Or Antares. Fang, Dominic, Tessa, Antares. Kadie's probably not safe against... Ooh, you know what? Beelzebub. That's going to be a tough one for him, because I can suicide the Beelzebub on the Kinky and then come back for the snipe. Have to believe he's got to ban the Beelzebub. If that's the case, then I should be able to turn one snipe the Gianna. Wow, he does not ban the Beelzebub. That's interesting. Okay. Feels to me like that may be a Despair Kinky then. Let's get you stripped. Let's not get you stripped, and that's GG. That's GG. Oh, and she resists again. And it doesn't matter if she's in a resistance build. Both of these units are max accuracy. Or close to it. The Oliver's max accuracy. The segment, I think, is like a tiny bit off. Yeah, 85%. One stun. Yeah, that's GG. Defense break on the Molong also. He gets 2 kills here. Oh, and the proc just for good measure. Nice. Gotta kill the Beelzebub. Kills the Beelzebub, he wins. Kinky has S2, right? That proc! Oh, and he has the S2! Oh, I die either way. It doesn't matter. I die either way. It doesn't matter. Here's the Sekhmet build. Oh, she is max accuracy. Yeah, because I get the rest on the artifact. Beelzebub also, I don't think I've won a match with him this season. I think he has 100%. No, I think I've won 1 or 2 matches with him. Yeah, he's pretty close to 100% loss rate. I cannot get anything going with Beelzebub or Cadiz. I probably need to take them out of my box because I get too tempted to use them. And man, he does not do anything right now. Yeah, tanky and fast with accuracy. Yeah, I mean, Beelzebub was effective. Actually, yeah. There you go. Masha build is not like the most amazing. She's not really part of my core. She's mostly just a counter pick for Oliver first pick, which you don't see as much, or Dominic. Dominic first pick I keep going back and forth on. I tried Masha against Dominic first pick. Wasn't super effective, wasn't super bad. But I don't know if I really love her build. Probably, I mean, she got, you know, the artifacts are solid. I think the artifacts are right for her build. She just doesn't quite do enough damage. I think she kind of needs to be in a crit damage build, but I think she also kind of needs this much HP, and I would have to just give her better runes, which I don't want to do. Because she's not in my core. I would have to take runes away from other units that are in my core. Alright guys, final drawing of the night, and it is going to be Balefire, who kept asking over and over, am I in the drawing? Balefire, congrats, bro. Glad we're able to get through one extra one today. Yeah, I have to say, bro, no, I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say it. But yeah, Kiki's insane, man. Kiki's insane. I wouldn't have minded doing some wings either. It would have saved my voice. But no, I'm actually, honestly, I'm glad we were able to get to do. A lot of times we only wind up getting through 2 or 3, so it was nice, especially giving help that's needed is let me phrase that differently. Being able to help people at the start of the season when they can get a lot of benefit from it, and having done a couple of boxes where people hadn't identified their boxes yet was really a nice opportunity for me, I think, to hopefully, it's the point of the help streams, right? It's the point of the help streams. All right, so Balefire, make sure you message me, bro. I haven't seen you respond yet. Make sure you let us know if you're here, because you may be gone. If you're gone, we'll do one more drawing. This is the one, she hits you 5 times with Oblivion, right? Yeah, okay, we know what she does. So I'm not gonna Vertile her, because I'm obviously banning the Gianna, right? Am I banning the Gianna? Yeah, I'm banning the Gianna. Banning the Gianna. So I can't use Vertile here. Ah, screw it. Let's try Beelzebub one more time. That's what happens when you play RTA on stream. That's what happens when you play RTA on stream. I did side text, so we'll give you, Balefire just sent me his info. We'll give you, dude, why did I draft Bub there? Oh, man. Ethna. Ethna's the pick there. No, Ethna's not the pick. What is the pick there? What is the pick there? I don't know. I don't know, but I do know that I lost. Wait! Oh, he didn't counter, but he didn't get stunned. That's interesting. She's got to go. She has no choice. She has to go into the Volantis or she loses. Oh, the Gianna procced? Wow. Hit the Volantis. S1 the Volantis. S1 the Volantis. Oh. Did she just proc it? How many turns is this Gianna going to take? All right, so let's do this. And I actually have to do this. I don't like doing this, but I have to. All right, let's slow you. Or not, that's okay. You get a, oh, wait a second. Could I kill here? She feels squishy to me. Yeah, there we go. Freaking Gianna's back up already, though. Gianna's back up already. Asher gonna dismount the Masha. That's actually works for me. Wait, now Gianna gets to stun the Riley because she's back up. Holy crap, this Gianna, man. This Gianna's taken like 7 turns? Something like that. Okay, let's do this. Oh, nice. Good proc for me. I mean, that's fair after Gianna took like 7 turns. Agree with you 100%, by the way, Wojo. That was really bad speed tuning. Probably just drafted the Angel. Well, actually, I don't know. I have no idea, but it was definitely bad speed tuning. That's weird too, because that's we're in top 500 RTA right now, but it could just be, I mean, like, he really could have just set up that team. He could have thrown the Yogan in last minute. It happens to all of us sometimes, but it's kind of rare to see like top 500 when somebody's got that bad, that much of a misplayed speed tune. Unless he's just trying to get the attack buff, maybe he's just trying to be unique. Like, for example, I run my Riley after. Well, okay, so you know, just to take the other side of things, right? I run my Riley after. I run my Riley, for example, after Molong, which is kind of rare. And I do that because I got tired of my Molong getting sniped out. You know, my Molong would S3. I don't run a Vampire Molong, and then people would just snipe him right back out. So now I run my Riley just behind the Molong instead of in front. So sometimes we do speed tuning things that just make sense for our own comps, and it may not make sense for people on the outside. I also run a slower Masha, for example, and one of the reasons I do that is because I don't run much strip, and usually the only stripper that's going to be in my team consistently is Molong, so I actually want the Masha behind the Molong. I also don't want to give her a lot of runes. And that could be another thing too, is sometimes you don't want to give like your best runes to a niche drafted unit. And you might feel like, here's another example, my Tessa, I kept trying to run my Tessa at 270 so that she would be in front of Molong, and I kept having to pull runes away because it didn't make sense for me to put the runes on Tessa, who I wasn't using in that way. But anyway, with that said, in that match for sure, if the Gianna goes first, then he wins. Most likely wins. I mean, I got lucky on the resist, but it didn't matter because he sniped out the. I got lucky on the Riley resist actually. The Volantis resist didn't matter. The Riley resist mattered. Yeah, well, Joe, I said I'm trying to play devil's advocate because generally speaking, I agree with you. It just makes sense. It makes more sense to me the way, like, it makes more sense to me that the Gianna should have gone first. But I'm just thinking there might be a reason that we don't know. Like, I don't want to if it's a top 500 player, it feels like there's a strategy to it, and we don't know his entire box, and we don't know his rune depth. So I'm going to give him a little bit of credit on that one. Well, a little bit of leeway, I guess, on that one, and say maybe there's a reason we don't know. All right, so Cytex. We're gonna do your Savannah, and then we are gonna do, Beelfire's. Let's see. So Beelfire wants an RTA box eval. All right, so Cytex, I said we would give you the Savannah build. Remind me one more time, because that was at the start of the stream. Remind me one more time how you're using Savannah and what speed you're running the units around her. I think you said you wanted, never mind, you wanted Savannah behind Haygang. You wanted the Savannah behind Haygang. Remind me one more time of the rest of your core, though. Haygang 262. Okay, so I mean, you know how to speed tune, so I'm not gonna. Obviously, if you want Savannah behind Haygang, then you know how to speed tune that. So we don't have to talk about that specifically. You want to know more about the build. So it's Ciara, Masha, Haygang, Praha, Sagar. Alright, so first thing to look at, what's your damage going to look like in terms of the ban? I think well, for one thing, I think the Stripper is going to get banned a lot, so you'll just have the Sagar single target strip to set up the Ciara bomb. You're going to have some issues with damage. You're probably going to have a little bit of issue with damage, unless you're running a high attack Ciara, in which case you might have some issue with survivability. I don't know, the team, I gotta be honest, like I'm not sold on the team, but it's certainly, I mean, everything's worth a try, right? Because it's all theorycraft. But, I mean, Ciara is just about to get nerfed. I've never been sold on Savannah as much more than a 5th pick in a double strip team. And I know she can be effective there, but man, she has so many counters. And then if you're running her with only one stripper in front of her also, she's got to stay on the beast for a long time. So that's where we start with. I think you're going to be running Savannah as a control and a setup unit. She has to stay on the beast. Has to stay on the beast. And what's going to happen is you're going to be using her as an S2 setup a lot, because I think your stripper is going to get banned a lot. Bro, Ace-Stick Gaming summoning Savannah, finally, bro. Huge congratulations, like your most wanted forever. Bro, Ace, what up, man? How you doing, bro? How you doing? Huge congrats, bro. Seriously, I don't know how long you've been wanting Savannah. That's actually pretty insane. I bet you were like more excited for that than you were when you summoned the Volantis. Dude, huge congrats, man. Seriously. All right, Cytex. So I am going to say you want the Savannah on 30k HP. I think you're going to give up your crit rate. She's going to need high accuracy also. I kind of, like, I want her to have everything because I want her to have resistance. Well, you can't say instead of attack. I feel like you're actually going to run her on a slot 4 attack, to be honest. I feel like you're probably going to want something like speed over attack, followed by a slot 4 attack, followed by a slot 6 HP, and you're going to try and do your best to get some crit rate through subs. Obviously, we need will runes. Let's see. Yeah, and then if you put like, I guess maybe we could back off the accuracy just a little bit here, something like this. Yeah, so I mean, and the thing is, if that team's going to have any chance of working, if that team's going to have, well, first of all, your Masha needs to get sped up. Masha needs to be closer to the Hay Gang, or actually it needs to be closer to the Savannah. And then the CR is going to have to be sped up as well. But if that team's going to have any chance of working, CR and Masha have to be enough to kill one unit. So if you don't have enough damage between CR and Masha, I don't see that team working at all, to be honest. Because I think the strip is going to get banned a lot. So let's say the CR and Masha do kill something. From that point, the logical focus is going to be Savannah. And the reason the logical focus is Savannah is because you'll have just detonated with Ciara and you'll have just used the S2 with Masha, but Savannah is still loaded with her S3. So they're going to have to target the Savannah, and your goal with the Savannah is actually to control the team long enough for the CR and the Masha to get back around and get another kill. Obviously, you need some damage with the Savannah, and I think this is probably going overboard with the no crit rate. Like, we want to have some crit rate, but I did this in just a couple seconds here. So, I mean, obviously you're going to run it through the optimizer, but I feel like this is roughly where you want that Savannah. Like 40-50 accuracy at least, because you need the attack bar pushback. You're going to need her to be at about plus 1200 to plus 1400 attack minimum. And then you need this tankiness, man, because they're going to focus everything into the Savannah to get her dismounted. And if they get her dismounted, then they can just kill the Ciara, and they're going to kill you at their leisure, right? So obviously it depends on what they draft against you. It depends, like sometimes if you can just kill one target, you automatically win. But then, you know, if you have to deal with a Nana, for example, like how do you deal with Nana? Nana becomes a force ban because you don't really have the damage to kill 2 units in that team. So if Nana's a force ban, then it's still a full 4v4, but you've already burned your skill 3s. Or conversely, they could be running segment against you, they could be running reset against you, stuff like that. So like I said, I'm going to be honest, I'm not sold on the team, but I know that you do. Like, here's the one thing, and I'll say this, like, all props to you. I know you experiment with a lot of really unique builds, and I know you've made a lot of them work, and some of the reason you make them work is because they're unorthodox and they confuse people. So I don't want to say the team won't work, because I think you can make it work. But if you ask my opinion on, like, where I would go with it, I think just, like, thinking through where the fight's going to be, if the team's going to work, it's going to be because you snipe something turn 1 and then you stall long enough with the Savannah to get back around on the CR and the Masha. So that's my thought on this. This is, you know, this was done, like, I didn't sort by efficiency, no optimizer or anything, but this is kind of the direction I would go. I want to see, you know, 20 plus 20k at least HP, and then I still need to see enough attack for her to land her debuffs. I need to see accuracy for her to land her debuffs. If you could pull a build off like this on a slot 6 res, that would be even more amazing, because there is a fair chance that you're going to be, and that's the problem. Something like this maybe. Yeah, because if you could pull a build off like this on a slot 6 res, that would be even more amazing. Like if I gave her 2 HP artifacts right here, she's at 30k HP, 1300 defense. We have enough attack to get most of the defense breaks. We have enough accuracy, and we've got the res, so she becomes like a brick wall. I kind of like a build in this direction. More HP would make me happier, but since I know you have to pick up 20 speed also, that's going to be tricky. But yeah, I think this is like what you're looking at on screen with just slightly more efficiency, because we didn't pick runes by efficiency or anything. I think this is kind of the direction I would go. For that team concept, I would just make her like a brick wall. That's what I would do, because I think she's going to take all the focus. I think you're going to see the stripper band a lot, and I think they're going to do everything they can to go into the Savannah. Yeah, there you go, bro. You get one of those Bio 6 res runes that has like a crap ton of attack in the subs, and you're looking good. Yeah, and like I said, bro, I do like I think Praha with the speed buff will synergize really well with the Savannah. Like I said, I know you've been experimenting with a lot of unorthodox builds and pulling them off, so I'm not telling you the team won't work. I'm saying, like, when you tell it to me, I feel like it has flaws, but here's the counter argument to that. You're telling me all the entire draft, and that's me looking at how do I counter 5 monsters with 5 monsters, but you don't get to do that in real time. So as you're drafting, it's going to be really unorthodox, and anytime you confuse your opponent, you can get them to make mistakes, your win condition goes way up. So if you can get your opponent to just accidentally draft a situation where they have 4 supports, and then you can snipe out the 1 DD or 3 supports, and you can ban 1 damage dealer and snipe the other one on turn 1, you've already won, especially with the tank Savannah, because she'll live long enough they'll never get her dismounted. So I think the team definitely can work. And then, yeah, there you go. That's my thought. I think tank res Savannah, she has to have the attack, but she doesn't necessarily have to have the crit rate. Right, yeah, of course. Well, the weakness to me is just anytime you run Savannah without 2 strippers, I feel like the 1 stripper just always gets banned. So that's the hole in the team for me, is I feel like she needs a second strip in there. So maybe something like Ciara, Masha, Hagang, Praha, Savannah. That changes the dynamics a lot. That's probably where I would experiment, especially because the Praha is going to synergize super well with both of the Beast Riders. You're going to want the Beast Rider. The one problem you'll have is you need the Beast Riders picked late in that draft, or you're going to face an endless stream of Leos that will give you 0 damage. And nerf the speed buff of the Praha also. So Leo becomes 100% force ban, and if they run Leo Nana, you're going to be in trouble. But if you're trying to pick your Beast Riders late, you're going to lose the Masha in a lot of drafts. So that's going to be part of the trick. Savannah always needs to be the 5 pick there, or you're going to see too many Leos. The Masha probably needs to be the 1 pick because she's so contested. And then when you see Leo, you just obviously don't ban the Savannah, or draft the Savannah. Yeah, you got it, man. Absolutely. I'm always intrigued by the theory craft of experimenting with new teams. And again, like, to your credit, you've been experimenting with a lot of interesting stuff. So I enjoy this, like the chance to kind of talk through. Obviously, it's some kind of one-sided conversation on stream, but still, the chance to talk through the theory craft of the team is always kind of fun for me. I do think I like the Praha in that team a lot. I like the Hagang in that team a lot of times, but I do think the double stripper it feels safer to me. But I like the tank resistance build Savannah either way, and I know you'll experiment with a variety of those different types of combinations. So I'll be honest, I've been having trouble making Tessarian effective this season, but I don't think that has to do with Tessarian. I think I've been drafting him poorly. I think I've been forcing him into too many drafts. So his win rate is down, but I feel like that's on me. I think I force him a little bit too much. Like when the opponent is heavy passive, I'm like, oh, Tessarian solves all, but he really doesn't. At most, he can Oblivion 1 unit. He gets resisted a lot. I don't know. Just bad. That part's just bad RNG. But when he gets resisted, you're in trouble. Obviously, Wusa just absolutely destroys him. And so, yeah, I feel like I'm probably just overpicking him a little bit. But when he gets going, he's amazing. All right, so Beelfire, bro. Okay, Beelfire having waited after winning the draft. Beelfire rocking several LDs. Yunhung, bro. We've got the Bella, we've got the Yunhung. So obviously right here, this off the bat, Yunhung Bella needs to be your core. Bella just so OP, and I would be really interested in what it would look like if you ran the Yunhung behind the Bella. I know the Swift Yunhung a lot of times is used to take turn 1, but man, Violent Yunhung is pretty toxic. And imagine just cycling the Bella with the proc opportunities, like right off the bat. Just talking about anytime you get a chance to confuse your opponent, right? Oh man, the Yunhung cycling into the Bella just feels toxic. Okay, so 112 the speed, so we definitely would like to see more additional damage artifacts here. I assume you probably have some of your best already. The Bella is super fast. I'm assuming she's on just a fast bio set, but let's just see if we have anything faster. This, honestly, this would be better running it through the optimizer, because the optimizer will give you the best breakdown of all of them. But that's the type arty, so 10% of attack. She's going to do better with additional by speed compared to this. Doesn't need the S1 recovery. Yeah, I'll be honest, I don't think, I don't know that the 10%, I don't know that the difference between 12 and 22% accuracy is a deal breaker. Like, at 12% accuracy, I guess, yeah, I'd like to see more accuracy on her, but I don't feel like this is necessarily a deal breaker. I do think the build is really nice, though. I think you've got some awesome stats on her, super tanky, good attack, great speed. I think the build on her is super nice, but I think I'd rather just see the additionals on her. Yeah, that accuracy makes a difference. Like if you're pushing from 75 to 85 because you're concerned about max res monsters, that makes a difference. Maybe even if you're pushing from like 40 to 50, that makes a difference. But from 12 to 22, I just feel like that doesn't make a huge difference because you're gonna get resisted by max res monsters consistently, and everybody else has no resistance. The most you could say is like for a unit that awakens into resistance, for those you kind of target 33 accuracy because they might have some res through an innate or something. But again, the difference between 12 and 22 then, it just doesn't feel significant enough. Kinky really had very little place in RTA before. He just got nerfed again. I don't know what they have against Kinky, man. He wasn't even all that good. Like, he's great for siege offense, but not amazing. He's used on siege defense because there's no better option, but he already has a million counters on siege defense. He was nerfed out of RTA already. Somebody in comm to us like has trauma. Like somebody who makes balance patch decisions got soloed by a Kinky 6 months ago and just keeps waking up with a nightmare every month and deciding to nerf Kinky again. I don't know what they have against Kinky, but anyway, Kinky, to me, probably does not belong in RTA any longer, and probably did not belong in RTA before, especially if he still has a place. Alright, let's see what other LDs we have first. Or do we have other LDs? I guess I should start by asking that. Doesn't look like it. Looks like those are the LDs. Those are what we got. Alright, so 100%. This core... Oh, wait, you've got Dumon also! Oh, man. Oh, we've got Dumon, and you've got Light Pony? Bro! Just Light Pony. Eleanor is freaking strong, man, especially for this type of team. Eleanor is super strong. She got the cleanse here, right? I do obviously wish she had well, they have different usage. They have different usages. I do wish she had immunity to go with this. Like that's the buff that she truly needs, but that might be a little bit too much. That actually might be a little bit too much because she's still got the she's got the glancing hit passive. Alright, so this is standard skill 1. Okay. Alright, so we've got Yun Hung, Eleanor, we have Dumont. Man, how do you even choose between all these toys? Because Yun Hung is triple S tier or SS plus. Yun Hung is SS plus tier. I think Dumont is SS tier. Bella to me is SS tier. Light Pony, Eleanor, she's S plus tier or S tier, somewhere in there. And then Acroma is SS tier, but with very niche usage. Acroma is SS tier, about 1 fight in 20, and not draftable in the other 19. The Daniel, though, the Daniel can probably go away. I think is Daniel getting a buff in the next patch? I don't remember, but he doesn't really fit the rest of he doesn't fit your box. It's not even that I'm saying he's bad, I just think he doesn't really fit your box. Like, for example, why would you want to run Daniel with Dumont? Because you actually want the opponent to take turns. I feel like you can use the Eleanor and the Yun Hung to protect the Bella and the Dumont. Obviously, it's going to be hard to just go straight 4 LDs in every draft, but it's pretty rare to have 4 LDs that actually synergize. And honestly, the Acroma could go in that draft as well. But the Daniel, he's just not going to fit. Like, even because you've got fast runes, you could play turn 1. I mean, just looking at we didn't look at your depth, but just looking at the Bella, you could play turn 1 or turn 1.5 because the Bella rune, the Bella set is quite legit, right? And I know you're doing G3 Siege, so I know you've got the depth. But why would you play turn 1 when that's going to largely take away your ability to use these 2 LDs? And it actually kind of takes this LD out of play. So mostly, if you go turn 1, you're going to be doing Yun Hung, sometimes Tableau, and then a bunch of standard elemental units. If you play turn 1.5, all of a sudden we've got 4 LDs that are viable, plus the Tableau, plus the Acroma on counter picks. I just feel like that fits the box so much better. It makes for a stronger team, and then that also allows you to just kind of create a couple of turn 1 pivots, but the Acroma Eleanor Yun Hung combination gives you such a strong advantage on the for like your anti-cleave stuff too. So, all right, let's go through your box. Let's view this as a turn 1.5 team. I just feel like that's where we need to be on your team. So Molong, obviously Molong OP against Yun Hung. If they screw up and draft a couple of buffers, the Bulwark is going to be OP there as well. And honestly, Yun Hung, Bulwark, Molong, Bella is going to be insane. So we've got the Hey Gang, makes a ton of sense. The Moor makes a ton of sense. Your 2 Vertihiles, I don't really think you need a Swift Bird. I feel like you probably would be better off making it Violent, but if you run a Swift Bird, for sure, let's move the Swift Rims off the Yun Hung onto that bird, and let's get the Yun Hung as Vile and tune her behind Bella. I don't know if that's going to be the right long-term solution. We're just doing Theorycraft here, right? So if it doesn't work, then you just put the rooms back. But I feel like Yun Hung cycling into Bella is so freaking toxic. It's just like an instant snipe. It's just insane, especially on a Violent Bella. The Bella could theoretically get 4 turns. It's just insane. Alright. Cocky would just be like your Artemil counter. Yeah, well that's the whole thing, Taylor. So if you slow the Yun Hung down to somewhere in that 150, 160 range. Also, Yun Hung pretty stat hungry. So in this build right here, you've actually got awesome stats on the Yun Hung, but imagine what she would look like now. Because of the base speed, she's stat hungry and she's not, because she doesn't actually need, because she has such a high base speed, you can stuff stats into her, but she does crazy damage. So this set is actually just insanely efficient. But imagine what she would look like 40 speed slower, or probably actually 40 speed slower because she'd be on Violent. She wouldn't get that many extra stats, but you could maybe get an extra 5k HP or an extra 300 attack or a little bit extra crit damage, something like that. So you could make her slightly more with all these stats, but then have her on Bio Will and also have her cycling your Dominic. So you can have her cycling the Dominic, the Mo Long, the Bella, all of those units. I just really like the idea of putting her on a fast bio set for your account. I just think you have too many units that synergize there. And if you really need to steal turn 1 sometimes, that Swift set can go onto an Escher, it can go onto Sekhmet, it can go onto Ethna, depending on what you have in your box. The Swift set can go on other units. We do have the Oliver and the Moore, so you have the speed leads to contest at turn 1.5. You have the 2 best speed leads for this kind of team. So we'll drop the Daniel. The Dumont also so freaking strong, man. Dumont's so strong. Alright, so we may or may not want a Lulu. May or may not want... No, Varad's not going to fit. Varad's interesting, but he's not going to fit. Praha with the speed buff, running her with Yunhong Bella could actually be kind of toxic as well. I think the Praha is going to be... She's going to be niche, but if you just run her on a Despair set, so that you're not pulling away from your core, I think she could have some pretty interesting uses in this team. Chow, again, for people who struggle with Masha, I think Chow is viable against Masha, also good against Antares, Karnal, units like that. I don't think we really need the Rigel here. Rigel could actually theoretically be useful against Masha too, but I think Chow's just better there. Theamar is not really, Bastet, not really. We don't need a lot of siege units here, of course, for G3 Siege. The Josephine, I talked about this earlier, so if you are going to try and push up into Guardian, you're going to see a fair amount of Volantis. You're also going to see a fair amount of Gianna. Josephine's going to be a counter to both of those. Got to be careful not to overuse her. That's the big thing. Abellio super toxic with Yunhong. So Abellio giving you that cut ability to keep things alive. Abellio cycling himself. And then just the Abellio, Yunhong, Bella. Again, so many things are going to synergize together here because you have like all these units that can provide sustain plus damage. And that's set up by the Yunhong Bella combination. So I definitely would have Abellio in your box. I see the extra Bulwarks, but you already had them there. Okay. Shizuka actually may not fit your box very well. The only thing I'd be curious about, I don't think Shizuka can duplicate Curse of Death. Has anybody on stream ever tested if Shizuka can duplicate Curse of Death? Have you, Balefire? Because that would be so far beyond broken, it's not even funny. Shizuka, Tomo, Dumon, that would just be stupid. Never use Shizuka. I wonder, are they ruined in game? Can we just test them on your defense real quick? Never use Shizuka, so that makes sense. Okay, let's see if we can keep her alive. And the Dumon should be ruined, I assume. Dumon's not ruined, okay. Not gonna keep him alive against that then. So let's go. Let's just do something like this and test. I don't know whose base speed is higher, but we'll just put the Dumon in front, should be fine. She also had a rune. She had one rune, so that should be fine. Okay, so this will cycle in front of the Shizuka, right? So let's do this. Let's do this. Will this work? Oh, I didn't think so. I didn't think so. That would have been freaking insane. That would have been so busted. That would have been so absolutely busted. It would have been too busted. Okay, but, I mean, Shizuka can propagate the Curse of Death. Not the Curse of Death. Shizuka can propagate the Karma. So I think Shizuka still pairs with the Dumon. I don't know that Shizuka is going to be amazing for you, but she's still a viable counter to Gianna. And then I think she pairs well with the Dumon. She also kind of pairs well with Josephine if you're countering a Gianna. She can pair with the Carnell, but to be honest, I don't think you're going to get to draft Carnell that much. I just don't know that he makes as much sense with what you've got. And he's got an amazing set on him, but some of those runes may need to be moved off. You may need to deprioritize him a little bit. Bro, Dumon is SS plus tier. Okay, so accuracy lead, always useful. Skill 2, basically all the Onimujis, or most of the Onimujis, have the same skill 2. It's strip into putting on Karma. Now what Karma does is if the opponent uses anything other than a skill 1, they lose half their HP, and the cooldown increases by 3 turns more than the maximum cooldown. So imagine if you put Karma on a Molong and he Reckless Assaults you, he's going to lose half his HP on top of the Reckless, so the Reckless does less damage because he only has half HP, and at the same time, his Reckless now goes to 8 turns. Like, it's a 5-turn cooldown, right? So he starts with a 5-turn cooldown, but he gets 3 turns more than max, so it goes to 8. He's going to have an 8-turn cooldown, and he's going to have 0 HP, and he's not going to have killed you. You can Karma Riley, but you can't Karma Riley because the S4 doesn't have a cooldown. And the S4 is going to heal back the Karma. So you can Karma her, but she's not really your primary target. You can Karma a Lulu, for example. You put Karma on the Lulu and the Lulu's screwed. So this strips into putting Karma on the unit, and it's on a 3-turn cooldown. This one, though, this one is 6. So the one thing is she's going to strip into the Karma, but then on top of that, she gains 100% attack bar, right? So she almost gains an immediate turn. She'll go after the rest of the team. Curse of Death. So puts the thing with Curse of Death, the opponent loses 25% of their HP each turn they take. They've got HP block, so they can't heal, and the enemy will die. This will actually kill them. Karma won't kill them. The Curse of Death will actually kill them and makes it so they can't be revived. So Dumon is 100% hard counter to monsters like Julienne, Beelzebub, anything in a Nana draft. If the opponent drafts Nana could have 3 orbs, and you put a Curse of Death on something, including Nana, and it just goes away and can't be revived. And so it takes a little bit longer, obviously, than just like an instant kill, but it's kind of like a Mephisto that can be built super tanky, but also has a strip, also has the Karma. She's like a Mephisto on steroids, kind of, because the Mephisto prevents the revive. And the thing is, the Mephisto generally doesn't kill much unless they're set up with him, or because you have to build Mephisto like a brick wall. So it's hard to get him to do enough damage. You build the Dumon like a brick wall also, but she can ultimately do 100% damage to whatever she's targeting and prevent the revive. On top of that, if you kill Mephisto, you can then revive the unit back on a targeted revive, I believe. I actually could be wrong on that. I don't remember ever trying that. But I'm pretty sure Mephisto's passive only prevents revive while he's on the field. So if you kill a unit, if he kills a unit and it blocks the revive, and then you kill the Mephisto, you can revive that unit back. Dumon makes them non-revivable. So Dumon, arguably the strongest of your LD5. Actually, Yunhong. Yunhong is the strongest of your LD5s. I think Dumon's number 2, followed by Bella, but all 3 of these, SS plus tier, and SS tier. All 3 of these are amazing. Eleanor, S or S plus tier. Chroma, like I said before, SS tier in one situation out of 20, and not really draftable the rest of the time. All right, Nora may have some use for you, but I skipped down too far. Let's see. So we've got the Aaliyah. Aaliyah just doesn't fit. Aaliyah's going to be great also, but she really just doesn't fit your team, I don't think. The one thing is, because you have so many LDs, you're gonna wind up, I feel like you're gonna have 2 LDs in most drafts. On a good draft, you might get 4, you could even get more. You can even get all 5, because you actually have 5 that synergize. But most of the time, you wind up, if you have more than 2 LDs in your draft, even when they synergize, it probably means that you're forcing them. But I feel like you could legitimately put 1 to 2 LDs in every single draft, because the Unhung should work in like 95% of your drafts. And then you have so many other LDs that synergize with the Unhung. You basically should have Unhung in every draft, or 95% of them, and then 1 or 2 more LDs with the Unhung mixed in with whatever you need to support that grouping. So for example, Abellio, I feel like, is going to play in a lot of your drafts because you have so many units that almost require being sniped. So you're going to wind up facing 2 types of teams most commonly. You're going to face the CC teams, people that are going to see your LDs and be like, I only have one hope to win, and that's to outspeed and CC. And you're going to face a lot of high offensive snipe style teams, so Molong type teams. The Abellio is going to help you a ton against those high offense snipe style teams. He could also help a little bit against some cleaves. And so I feel like Abellio is going to play a huge role on your core just because of the types of monsters you have and the types of responses that they're most likely to draw. So I would invest a huge set of runes in Abellio. I feel like he's going to play a big role for you. The Vanessa also, with her buff coming in and with the type of team that you have, again, when we're talking about, you know, when I see somebody running a Yunhung Bella Dumon, for example, that's the type of person who's going to try and run me over. Like if you're running Yunhung Dumon Bella, you've got high offensive output, but also have the ability to fight, to go with a longer fight, right? So I feel like I have to get your Yunhung out immediately. But I also feel like I have to get your Dumon out immediately, but I also feel like I have to get your Bella out immediately, and so I'm just going to be bringing in everything I can to try and snipe you. And I still feel like I'm going to get overrun. Dude, your LDs are sick, man. I had never actually seen your LDs before. I'm kind of like in awe because you have all these good LDs that actually synergize. That's so rare. Most of us, if we get any good LDs at all, it's pretty rare to get them that like synergize so well. But anyway, in the meantime, the longer you can keep your units on the field, the more likely you're just going to overwhelm your opponent. So Vanessa, Abellio, both units that would fit really well into your team. Rakan, I mean, I feel like you can throw Rakan in for kind of anti-cleave purposes. I don't think the Rakan is super necessary, and I don't want to stretch your runes too thin. Yeah, Ace, I did not realize. I just didn't realize at all, man. His account's freaking insane. And he's got the runes to support it too. Like, bro, you've got a G2 account here. I honestly believe, I mean, we haven't looked at your depth, so I don't want to like blow smoke, and maybe I'm overdoing it. But hands down, I mean, you've got an easy G1 account with the builds you've got at the top end, because you honestly don't need all this depth. You have so many monsters that are going to be in so many of your drafts that you're not going to have room to get all these monsters in. So if you come up with 10 or 12 really good builds, and I know you can do it because this Carnal build is freaking insane. This Bella build is freaking insane. So I know you've got the efficiency, and I know you've got the units. So this is definitely a G1 account. I really think you could make G2, and I wouldn't honestly be surprised if you made G3. Like, probably would take you, some practice. I don't know how many of these toys are new. I gather Dumon is new if you haven't looked at the skill. But I like this account. If I honestly had to guess, I would say your account is closer to G3 than my account is right now. Just to be honest, because you don't need to ruin 40 monsters to counter everything. So what you're going to struggle with, the reality is, what you're going to struggle with is CC teams, which is what a lot of us struggle with. But having the Achroma Eleanor, that gives you a huge advantage on dealing with those CC teams as well. Okay, so I accidentally put a second Lulu in here. We did stretch your box too far, and I haven't even gone through all the monsters, and like I said, you're not going to need this many units ruined. So let's see if we can pare anything down. The Josephine, maybe? I think the Josephine, I think you're going to see a lot of Volantis. As you move into Guardian, I think you're going to see a lot of Volantis. I think he's going to be the type of unit that would contest a lot of what you're running. Because people are going to try and see, they're going to try and cut and CC, right? So I feel like the Josephine does play a role in your box. Again, I think the Abellio plays a huge role. The Molong Bulwark, that's just almost like a pivot for you. I don't know that you're even going to have room for these units most of the time, but when you have them, I feel like they should be ruined. The Shizuka does have synergy. The Vanessa has synergy. Rakan is anti-cleave. Yeah, it's kind of hard to cut down on your box. I think we could cut the Nora. I also feel like we could probably cut the Kaki. Because the reality is the only thing Kaki is actually countering for you at the moment is going to be Ragdoll and Artemil. And you can just Curse of Death those teams. Like, you can use Doom on there, and you can also use Molong Bulwark there, and both of those are going to be more effective counters. So I think we can drop the Kaki. I think we can probably drop the Chung, because I just don't see where you have room for him in your drafts. And you have, the thing is that all your LDs are OP single target units, and then some you have OP single target units like Dominic and the Molong Bulwark. So I don't know that Chung is going to play for you that often. You've got the Heigang, and you've got the Praha. And you have Heigang, or did I miss that? You don't have Heigang. Yeah, you've got Heigang. You've got Heigang and Praha. I don't think you need more than 2 strippers in your box. And I think both of these strippers synergize better with your team. The Heigang will help you against CC. You also have the Mora, so you actually have 3 strippers. And all 3 of these play solid roles in your team. So I don't love that all 3 of them are water, but I don't see where you would ever have room to draft Chung, honestly. I just don't see where Chung would ever fit into one of your drafts. So I think we can drop the Chung. Riley, of course, needs to be there. Riley's going to play in a lot of drafts. Dominic Yun Hung play in a lot of drafts. The Tableau is not a bad unit for you. Yeah, the Carnell's insane, isn't it, Cytex? Like I said, I actually think he's closer to G3 than I do. Or I think his account is closer to G3 than my account is. .242 by speed, and then we've got a little bit of attack and defense, accuracy. The Arties are legit, bro. Arties are legit. Is that actually? I mean, my Carnell doesn't have my best rune. My Carnell's not a high priority on my account, but I think your Arties on Carnell might be better than mine too. Let's see. So here's my Carnell. I wanted the damage down from water, so I gave up some additionals because I feel like I run damage down from water on basically every one of my units because of Molong. So I did give up some additionals for that, and the damage down from dark is probably just because that's what was on the water. But yeah, I mean, comparably, like, obviously, dude, your Carnell's basically got more stats than mine. And he's 30 speed faster. What is the efficiency on your Carnell? I mean, again, I know I didn't prioritize Carnell or anything, but still, you've got more HP. You don't have the crit rate, so that's the difference is the speed. I guess they're comparable efficiency, but yeah, man, seriously insane. Okay, so I'll stop fanboying your account for a little bit and actually kind of review where we should go. I think the Ciara can go away. There's no world in where I see you ever drafting Ciara. Tableau's a better speed lead for your comp. Oliver and Moore are both better speed leads for your comp. And if the opponent has Oliver and Moore, Ciara doesn't make any sense for a counter. So there's no world in which you draft the Ciara. Same thing, there's no world in which you're going to have space for Aaliyah. There's no world in which you're going to have space for Minato. Lala will never fit. You do need a Tessarian. I do feel like you need a Tessarian. I don't know how often you'll get to draft Tessa, and he actually is kind of stat hungry, but he's just really useful at times. You need something with Oblivion in your box, and Tessa's usually it. Oki doesn't really fit, great for RTA, but doesn't really fit. The Rika fits. Rika fits. See, like Daphnis, like on the one hand, I want to say Daphnis fits because all your units are aggressive single target snipe units. That's what Daphnis is. On the other hand, why would you ever draft Daphnis when you have Yun Hung and Bella and Dumont? Like, the only reason that you would ever draft Daphnis is The only reason that you would ever draft Daphnis is if you put him in a separate build. And I don't think a Nemesis build makes sense for your account because people aren't going to target the Daphnis first. So it would have to be Swift. And I just really like Sekhmet more this season because of her base speed. I also kind of like the Tomo as a backup speed lead for you. But again, I don't know which worlds and where you... Like, where do we draft Tomo before Tableau? I don't know that we really do because we're not playing heavy debuffs. We have debuffers, but we're not playing heavy debuffs. We're just playing steamroll, right? And Tableau giving us extra turns adds more value than Tomo. I mean, Tomo throwing out the AoE Karma is really nice, but I just think Tableau's extra turns makes him a better speed lead in almost every draft. So I don't see where we have room for the Tomo, and I am trying to think of balancing runes, right? I would like to have Tomo in your box, but I think you're just never going to really have a chance to draft Tomo. And I feel the same thing is true for Daphnis and Helena. I think both of these units are great. Well, I mean, I have a long history of saying how I feel about Daphnis, but for your type of style, for the type of style your account should be playing, Daphnis actually makes a ton of sense. But at the same time, all the runes that would go to Daphnis are better spent on your LDs, and then that makes Daphnis not better than your LDs because he doesn't have the build. So that's why I don't think Daphnis fits in your box, is just because if you have that amazing set, then that set needs to go on one of your LDs. Yogun, same thing. I don't know that he really fits. The Momo actually does. Or the Coco actually does really fit. It's just one more threat that's going to be real. Again, works so well with the Unhung. Like you have this, you know, think if you have a Bella Coco team with the Unhung going right behind. They either have to give you Bella and Coco together, or they have to let the Unhung reboost. Yeah, well, the one thing she pairs well with Cytex is the Dumon, because I think the Dumon is probably his second best LD. I know Bella is OP, but Dumon, especially in this meta, I feel like Dumon does a little bit more. So having the Tomo and the Shizuka there to kind of proliferate the Dumon Karma is a really OP combination. And that then makes me wonder if maybe Tomo makes more sense than Shizuka for you, especially because Shizuka just got nerfed. But the counter argument to that is for all the sustain and support that you get out of units like Unhung, well, you really don't have sustain or support out of these two. He's got a little self-heal. The Eleanor gives you some protection. So is Eleanor better than Shizuka? Probably in most cases, yes. And so if Eleanor is superior to Shizuka, then shouldn't that set be going to Tomo, who gives us a backup speed lead? And then if we do have that draft where we want to do an AoE Karma, wouldn't Tomo be better than Shizuka? And I don't think the Shizuka Soul Protect plays a role here either. So if we're thinking about between those two units, I think the Tomo actually makes more sense in your box. I still don't think you get to draft Tomo a lot, but I think maybe you draft Tomo more than Shizuka. So I guess that's where I would land, is I don't know that Tomo... The problem you're going to run into is Tomo has to be speed tuned. You want Tomo speed tuned ahead, and you want Tomo speed tuned behind. It's kind of tricky. You would have to tick tune the Tomo properly so that the Tomo acts in front of the Dumon, and then acts again after the Dumon to spread out the Karma to everybody. But honestly, you're not playing AoE Strip, and without AoE Strip, the Tomo is just not going to be that useful for you most of the time. Cytex, I faced that team, and bro, it is freaking brutal. It is brutal, especially if you think about the type of stuff that's going to be countering him. So if he can get an AoE Karma, CC teams are done, snipe teams are done. It's actually really difficult to deal with. It's really brutal. But like I said, I don't think that's going to be the go-to comp. I don't know how often, if at all, the Tomo can ever be drafted. I just think Tomo makes more sense than Shizuka when comparing those two. Awesome Bruiser in the Coco, more of a siege unit. and probably doesn't fit your LDs. Did I skip two? I think I might have skipped down a little bit too far though. I lost track of where I was because I marked the Tomo. Jameyer, I mean, you have the Tableau too. Tableau, Jameyer, Dumon. Well, Dumon can't put up 2 Curse of Deaths though, right? Tableau, Jameyer, Bella Yun Hung. Dude, that's pretty dirty. Tableau, Jameyer, Bella Yun Hung. That has a spot in your box. That has a spot in your box. Of course, you have to have a Leo. Leo super. Oh, you have to have one Leo. You don't have to have 2. Just need one Leo. Just need one Leo. Ren, also a great unit. Doesn't really fit your box though. Doesn't really fit your box. You have all the toys. That's the challenge on your account for sure, is you have all the toys, so how do you narrow it down, right? Hey Rob, have a good one, bro. You're very welcome, man. Thanks for hanging out on stream. So we got Escher, Darian. See, I don't see, like I said, I don't see where Chung fits. I don't see where Savannah fits. If you, so the one thing that you are missing is you're missing Sekhmet, and well, 2 things you're missing, Sekhmet and Ethna. Those are the 2 things, Sekhmet more than the Ethna. I really wish you had a Sekhmet. That's kind of like the missing piece here. Ethna would be my second choice. We do have the Ethna, I take it back, we do have the Ethna. So Ethna is my second choice. I'll show you my Ethna before I flip back over. The last unit I want to put in, so this is going to give you a 41st unit, is an Escher. I'll flip back over to my account and I'll show you the build. So your Escher would basically take the place of my Sekhmet, but he would be there because you're playing such fast Vio runes. He would be there just to get you turn 1. Because if he can get your Yun Hung and your Bella in front of the opponent, like if the opponent's playing a turn 1.5 CC, like if they're playing a Despair type CC and you have a Swift Escher, and especially if you're running a speed lead, the Escher will get you turn 1, and then you run into that Bella Yun Hung snipe, and it's GG. So I think the Escher could be really effective for you, putting him just on basically your best Swift set. And that's probably it. I mean, you have so many other units that are RTA viable, but we're at 41 units. Probably what I would do, I would actually drop one of the Verds. I would drop down to just the Triple Revenge Vertihile. If you're going to play a Swift build, Escher is probably the better Swift build there, because you can build him tankier, and that's going to just make more sense in your team, but also because he gives you that speed buff. So it's less attack bar boost, but he gives you the speed buff, and you just have so much crazy turn cycling between the Yun Hung and the Bella. I think the Escher just makes more sense. So let me toggle over. I'll show you my Ethna build, and in this case, I think you can build it. Like we didn't look at your Swift runes, but looking at your other builds, I think you can probably just match the stats. So this is my Ethna build. It's just Swift Blade, and I ran like a 350 Ethna last season, and I ran her with a 67 crit rate. She was on kind of a similar build, where at 350. I was trying to just outspeed people without a speed lead. Now I'm actually just using a speed lead, and I beefed up a little bit more crit damage. Obviously just tons of additionals on artifacts, some skill 3 crit damage. This Ethna typically does enough damage to get to the guaranteed stun on like 90% of the things I've drafted her into. And at 334, as long as I have a speed lead or they don't, she always takes turn 1. So this is kind of where I would go with your Ethna. I've had a lot of success with this build. I've had more success with this build than I did with the 350 build. Slowing her down and beefing up the stats a little bit made her more useful. I didn't see a Barbara, but I like the Escher more than the Barbara for his team anyway. He might have, I might have just gone past Barbara, because I mean, we have most toys. All right, so as far as the core of your box goes, the big thing is always figuring out first pick, right? In your case, I feel like first pick should be Yun Hung, because Yun Hung will play for turn 1 or turn 2. Yun Hung also will get some really weird responses because people don't know if you're playing turn 1 or turn 2, so you're not really inviting any one specific counter, and that gives you the ability to kind of try to outdraft them. And you don't even necessarily have to outdraft them because your box and your runes are so insane. You just have to get them out of their comfort zone. So the thing is, like, everybody has a core that they're working towards. And if your Yun Hung can force them out of their core on the first pick, then you can draft your core, and even if they might have drafted slightly better or whatever, your runes in your box are going to carry you. You just have to take them out of their core so that they're not using their 5 best synergized monsters and their 5 best sets of runes. Yun Hung has that effect because she can be ruined at 230 or 330, or she can be ruined violent, she can be damaged, she can be anything. So you give them 0 information by a first pick Yun Hung, and then on top of that, she enables everything else in your box. So I really love the Yun Hung first pick for you. I mean, if you struggle with the Yun Hung first pick, you could also first pick Bella. I know Ababo does that. It works really well for him. You could also first pick Dumont. I feel like these 3 are going to wind up in about 70% of your drafts together. I might be exaggerating. The number might be high. Maybe it's 30 or 40%, but I feel like you're going to have these 3 together a lot. They work so freaking well together. The Bella strips, the Dumont strips, the Yun Hung strips. So although you have no AoE strip, you have 3 strippers already. Yun Hung has attack bar boosting and healing. Bella has pushback. So you get tons of turn cycling off of these, and then you just have the Nana counter, the Julienne, Beelzebub, anything involving revive. You just have that instant counter with the Dumont. She'll knock out a Beast Rider. You don't have to worry about them dropping down into form. Like if you struggle with Masha, just Curse of Death it. And actually, Masha will die even faster because Masha turn cycles, well, she speed cycles, right? So I feel like these 3 go into most of your drafts. When you're dealing with the anti-stuff, anti-CC, turn 1 speed contest, obviously it's going to be the Eleanor Chroma combination. And you can also sometimes run the Tableau in there. You do like a Tableau Escher, Eleanor Chroma, for example, with the Yun Hung, right? So they either have to give you Tableau Escher with that base speed, you're going to outspeed and take turn 1, or they have to give you Eleanor Chroma, and they're going to have a lot of trouble with that comp because you've got all of that anti-crit, glancing, God Shield on the Achroma, silence, and all of that stuff. You obviously also have, this guy's a force ban in certain drafts. You've got, you have an unlimited number of toys. You do have 2 Tessarians, I just realized. So we got your box at 39. Honestly, as OP as your Carnal is, I don't know where you ever get to draft him. It's going to be really niche where you draft him. So I feel like this set may be a little wasted on him because I don't think you're going to get to draft him that often. I would instead focus my best runes. Like I said, Yun Hung, Bella, Dumont. They need your 3 best, most efficient sets. Obviously, they need the speed tuning behind it. And then behind that, you will want some more additional aggressive single target snipe style damage. So the Dominic probably gets your next best set. And there you go. Now, Cytex mentioned Herney as a possibility over Tessarian. I see a lot of people use Herney. I don't know. Herney can be really obnoxious. It's a longer Oblivion. It gives defense break. It gives more setup. She also provides support on your team. Generally speaking, I feel like Tessarian's a better unit because of the damage reduction on his passive and because he actually does more damage. But as I think through it, I think Cytex might be right. For your box, this is yet another unit that provides survivability. So although you don't have much in the way of immunity, now you've got another unit that provides survivability. It'll pair really well with the Abellio in certain situations. Like if you wind up in a draft with Yun Hung, Bella, Dumont, Abellio, Herney, I think that's just a busted team, right? I think the Herney probably works for you really well because she also gives you that cleanse, which is the thing you're going to be missing. You don't have a lot of immunity. Now, obviously, Riley's going to play into a lot of your drafts, and Wusa will play into some when the Riley is taken. But generally speaking, if you're running off a core of these three, at most you're going to have one immunity monster in there because you're going to have a lot of Olivers for the speed lead. You may have some Tomos. I would test I would test both Oliver and Tomo. Oliver's probably going to be better, though. Oliver's probably going to be better. I would still test Tomo. I feel like I don't know. My logic is telling me Oliver would be better, but I still feel like the Tomo-Dumon combination is toxic. I also feel like you're drafting a lot of units that people are not used to seeing. And the more you can confuse them, the better. Maybe that's why I keep going to the Tomo. I just feel like people are not used to facing Tomo. They're not used to facing Yunhong, Bella, and Dumon. So if you get yet another unit in there that confuses them, it just gets that much more opportunity for them to make a mistake. People are used to facing Oliver at this point. That's all they've faced for a season and a half. They know what to draft against him. They won't know as well what to draft against Tomo. So that's probably the reason I keep going to Tomo. But yeah, I would try both of these two as your primary speed leads. Obviously, Tableau's secondary speed lead will be crazy at times. The Jemire, I don't even know where he fits in your team, man. I feel like Tableau, Jemire, Bella, Yunhong, Dumon is almost as a set comp is absolutely insane. But it would also be running different runes. It would be running the Swift Yunhong. It would need a little bit more aggressive damage on the Bella. And at the end of the day, I don't know if that takes you as far. I think that probably just walks you into Guardian. Like that comp right there, if you just ran Tableau, Jemire, Yunhong, Bella, Dumon every draft, you could probably just go into Guardian on 100 wings and sit there. But I don't know if it takes you further. And I think if you focus on your violent builds and work more on the Yunhong, it's really going to be the Yunhong +1. Yunhong +1 of these two as your core, and then 3 units that make sense around them. Sometimes, so for example, if Yunhong Bella is your, if the Bella is the +1, sometimes Dumon makes sense in that draft, sometimes not. So if you're going Yunhong Bella Oliver, for example, now you've got 2 strips to set up the Oliver with the pushback and all that, and then you can get in the Riley, and then, there's cases where you might need the Abellio or the Hernia or the Tessarian, whatever the case may be, but that's what I would be looking at, is Yunhong +1 of these 2, setting your core, and then sometimes the third one will get in. For the anti-cleave, you've got these 2. So sometimes the Tableau is going to make sense, but it's just hard for me to figure out where you'll ever get the Tableau and Jemire in there together, unless you build that as a set comp. And I don't think that set comp takes you as far as just counter picking, because you have such crazy runes and such a crazy box. I think the counter picking is probably going to take you further. So I guess that's where I stand with your account, bro. That's my overall review on your account. The Rakan, by the way, we left him here just to counter cleave. Just to counter like Julie Lucian type stuff, because you did not have Magnum. That's maybe the one LD that you're missing that would be really huge for you, would be the Magnum. We didn't throw a Miho in your box either, so let's throw a Miho in as that last one. And then we've got the Vanessa Triana. So I talked about this earlier on stream. Vanessa Triana, Miho, Rakan +1 is kind of your counter to the cleave. I think the Abellio, if you give him that OP set we're talking about, the Abellio might actually be good enough to counter the cleave there with all the revive and stuff. That's probably where I would go. So that's it, bro. That is your account review. Congrats on an insane account, bro. Absolutely disgusting account. And as far as let me just throw around the one other thing. I don't know if you finished Guardian last season. Yeah, you finished, so you've got a Guardian finish. You've got a Guardian finish. You finished C3 last season. C2 this season. I'm sitting here talking up your account. I just want to throw out also, you have an incredibly complex account. And while your account is a G2 plus account, that doesn't mean that you just go into G2 like that, because the more complicated an account is, the more practice and wins you have to do to get used to all of those picks and knowing when to pick those monsters. And if you're counter picking as a turn 2 player, you're going to have some major issues that you have to solve, like the CC and how's the best way for you to pivot into your anti-CC? How's the best way for you to pivot into your anti-Asima and Nephthys and Gianna comps? So it's not like I think you should be in G2 right now, because you haven't done that many wings. It's just that I think your account has that potential. If you do the wings, if you speed tune all your builds, if you put in, it's a lot of extra time and work. But I think if you put in all that extra time and work, I think your account has that potential to be G2+. But I don't want you to think I was being like, why aren't you in G2 now? Because that's not the case. This is a tough account, man. Even just picking the box is tough on your account when you have so many toys. So All right, guys, on that note, Balefire, that is your review, bro. Let me go ahead and log off your account. I'm going to do one final wing on my account, and then we're going to wrap up stream. Yeah, you got it, man. You got it. Congrats on some freaking OP LDs, man. I would trade you like 7 of my LDs for almost any one of yours. Look at that, 1,600 crystals. That's like the lowest I've ever been. No, Giovanni, that was it, bro. That was the last one. I've been streaming for over 4 hours, so I'm going to do one final wing on my account, and then I got to go grab some dinner. Never mind. I guess I used all my wings. I'm not doing one wing on my account. All right. I guess that's it, guys. I guess that's it. Let's see here. Where are we at? 4 out of 19. Awful defense. Okay. All right, so that's it, guys. I didn't have a wing left. So, guys, on that note, I appreciate you hanging out with me on stream. And to the new channel members, thank you guys very much. I will catch you all on the next stream. Next stream should be Sunday. Have a good one, guys.